At least if I am on air, if I am referring to the batters by their surname, let's stick by the surname. If you guys on air, if you want to use the first name, go ahead. No, no, no. I'm just saying we confuse the viewer. Yeah, but I'm ignoring that. 22 without loss. Mohammad Shiraz will continue. Just 3 wickets so far, but economy is 5.22. Lies 11th in the list of wicket takers, best of 2 for 43. And I repeat that he has bowled much better than what his figures suggest. Cade Carmichael on strike with a slip in. Sri Lanka realizes that there is no exaggerated movement earlier on. But considering the lengths they're bowling, they're having a slip. But the rest of the fielders have been moved into positions where normally the Irish Wolves would be looking to try and score runs off. Maybe through extra cover, through mid-wicket. Mohammad Shiraz with a very tight offside field has 4, saving 1 and a third on the boundary and a slip. And continues to bowl that line. He's asking the question. I think the problem was that the batter was way down the pitch. How far down the pitch was he? The Sri Lankans think he was out, but let's see. It's good to take a look at it on slow motion.
Also the impact was shipping back into the right-hander.
I tell you what, it looked very good to me. It looked extremely good to me. Well, the only question could have been, as you say, the impact or the height. But to the naked eye, to my eye, it looked a very good call. Very good shout by the Sri Lankans, by Mohammad Shiraz.
A convincing shout. He's beaten with a beautiful delivery. He's getting the ball to move back into the right-hander, was shuffling across, was coming on the off stump to cover the movement.
See, we see Shiraz getting more off this track than Dilshan Madhushankar. Shiraz is looking for seam movement. So does Madhushankar, of course. Madhushankar was looking to bring it back into the right hand, had a few deliveries, swinging back. But Mohammad Shiraz has been very consistent. Nice and relaxed. That's the Sri Lankan bench. Can't get through that very strong cordon of offside fielders.
Cade Carmichael, if you see his approach, how he's negating the swing, the seam of Mohammad Shiraz, he's shuffling across, then walking into the delivery coming at him. He's been beaten off the inside edge as well.
Yep, Shiraz has looked far more threatening, I must say, than Dilshan Madhushankar in this game. The reason being he's gone past the inside edge and most of the time struck the pads as well. One delivery went past the outside edge, but generally got the ball to come back and hit those pads.
And consistently looking to attack the stumps with his movement. If he's pitching it outside the off stump, he's getting the ball to move back into the right-hander sharply. Great accuracy and consistency from Siraj throughout the tournament, not today. Yes, the conditions are more conducive today for the seam bowlers because there is smattering of grass. It has greenish look about it. Much better, presenting the full face of the bat. 4 overs bowled, another good over from Mohammad Shiraz, 22 without loss. Ireland is going with the same combination that put together 98 runs for the first wicket against Afghanistan in that tremendous emphatic run chase.
Hey, when you look at Ireland against Sri Lanka, they had a very good outing against Afghanistan, Afghan Abdilian in that last game. But against Sri Lanka, they have struggled. 4 for 1 in the first game and second game, and 3 for 1 in the first game. But here, they have shown more intent. I always believe it's so important as a pair of openers that you show intent, which I felt lacked in that last game between Afghan Abdilian and Ireland Wolves, because the Afghan openers was a little bit cautious, in fact too cautious I felt, and was more intent in just protecting their wickets rather than looking for runs in the first 10 overs. Right now from over the wicket to Kate Carmichael. But the Irish Wolves are very different here. Uppish! Just a little bit. Not sure whether the ball got stuck a bit in the pitch because he played a bit too early. Lucky. It could have gone to hand, but not the case here.
There's a lot of grass on the pitch. It seems that the ball stuck in the pitch as he was committed into the stroke. Just lobbing it over the fielder once again. Just pushing it, just going at the delivery.
I think it definitely stopped on the batter a little bit. And that's why you could see that hand came at the ball a little bit. He was waiting for it to arrive at a certain pace. It didn't. Now square leg goes out and a man from mid-wicket comes across to short extra cover and fine leg comes in from over the wicket. Still, Madhushankar on the pad. That's just a bit too straight and swinging down the leg side. Kate Carmichael was looking for that gap at mid-wicket.
He's trying to get that swing going for himself, but the length has been different today. In general, throughout the competition, he was bowling fuller length. Today, slightly shorter side.
Well, I think it could be an enforced kind of approach on the part of Dilshan Madhushankar, because both openers have look at where he's batting. Kate Carmichael is batting outside the crease. So, this time in the gap, good fielding. Again, a bit uppish. A little bit lucky in the over. So it's the way these openers have battered. By doing that, you know that you're forcing the bowlers to change their line of thinking. And now with Carmichael batting outside the crease, Madhushankar just been forced to bowl back of a length or slightly back.
Magnificent delivery, just seaming away.
I think it held its line. Just held its line. Kate Carmichael played for the ball back into the right-hander, but instead held its line. Brilliant bowling. That had everything. It had the length, it had the line, and could have easily kissed that outside edge.
A wobbled seam delivery, just a hint of movement. Much better, forcing the batter to bat it defensively. 5 overs have been bowled, 25 without loss.
Explore Afghanistan Tri-Nation Series 2025, powered by Super Cola, powered this opening partnership by the two batters out in the middle. Stephen Duhaney playing a good hand, 16 runs to him, and Kate Carmichael batting nicely alongside him on 9. They haven't lost a wicket, that's good news. 25 without loss. Last time these two have met in the 2 matches before this. Every time Ireland Wolves have lost their first wicket very cheaply. 3 for 1 in the first match, Mohammad Shiraz providing the breakthrough, and 4 for 1 in the second match, Dilshan, that 2-wicket over, providing a quick breakthrough. But how beautiful this start has been from Ireland. They are coming on the back of a confident win against Afghanistan. How do you see their start so far, Devinder?
It's been brilliant so far, negating this swing and seam, particularly from Siraj. They've been good when it comes to strike rotation, when it comes to playing the ball late, swinging deliveries late, making adjustment, using the pace and angle of the deliveries. They work the angles nicely. And that's been the hallmark of this innings from both the batters. Stephen Duhaney, 17 of the 13 deliveries. Kate Carmichael, 9 of 19.
Yeah, and I think they have finally been able to get their opening pair. The Stephen Duhaney and Kate Carmichael pair doing the wonder against Afghanistan, scoring that 98-run first wicket partnership and winning it out of a position where many might have not thought. Chasing it down inside 23 overs, improving their net run rate. And that's the reason why both Afghanistan and Ireland Wolves making only 1 win in their 4 matches. It's Ireland Wolves who have qualified, and that is courtesy to their fiery batting in the last match against Afghanistan in securing the spot through the net run rate. And when you see Kate Carmichael, when you see position number 2 as an opener, he scored 25 and 75 as compared to 37 and not when he's come to bat at number 3. Seems like they've got their order right, isn't that?
He's driving it gloriously through the extra cover. It's a scintillating stroke from Kate Carmichael.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a very good shot. And you know, I remember Brian Lara saying it, that first and foremost, I'm a batsman. I have to get runs, and that's the job I was picked for. That's the job Kate Carmichael has been picked for, and he's delivering it. And they'll be hoping that Kate Carmichael's get to stay there for a longer period of time to give themselves a good run on this track. Good shot, that.
That was a shade of A.B. de Villiers stroking the ball through extra cover. A short extra cover in position now. Slip and man at the square.
Once again, as good fielding. He certainly saved a couple of runs for his team. Ground fielding has been amazing from Sri Lanka, and they did talk about their catching, and they've got to be improving on that. But Ireland Wolves are not going to provide any opportunities in it. So far, have been batting nicely.
Good discipline from both the openers, playing the movement really well, playing the ball late. That's been the hallmark in this innings from both the opening batters. And so far, so good from them. 31 without loss. So not losing wicket in the initial period where in general you are challenged.
Yeah, it's making it quite comfortably at the end. This is another good over. 6 runs coming off it. After 6 overs, it's 32 without loss. And this is what they are playing for. The trophy awaits the winner. And who will the winner be? We will find out by the end of the day. It's a beautiful Friday here in Abu Dhabi. It's hot and sunny out there, but it's actually hot on the Irish batters as well. They have been scoring runs, and runs have been coming for them. That's the good news. They are on the back of a good win against Afghanistan, ensuring their qualification to the final. And Rahul Dravid had once said that you don't win or lose the game because of the 11 you select. That's good channel. Dilshan Madushanka. He's wicketless, but he's bowled brilliantly. And he says you win or lose with what those 11 do on the field. And you seem to see the fact that the Irish batters have committed themselves. But what a delivery this is, Devinder.
That's a terrific delivery. With the wobble seam, getting the ball to move away from the right-hander after pitching. None but 21. He has conceded some runs in the first over where he was searching for swing. He didn't get. Now he's exercised the other aspect about bowling with the wobble seam.
Well, he's bowling into the channel. He's just bowling into that off-stump line and onto the wickets. And the important thing is discipline from the bowlers.
And good discipline from the batters as well. And we've been talking about the approach of the batters in the power play overs over the years. Historically, in the 80s, they would focus on 80s and late 90s, they would focus on seeing off the new ball, not giving wickets, having compact batters with good technique to survive the new ball for 15 overs or so. And after that, there has been conscious effort to accelerate and maximize the power play overs, taking use of the field restrictions. And then when you're forced with the conditions are challenging, then you have to adopt your game accordingly. And that's exactly, Irish batters are doing. You can say that they are batting traditionally, not the modern day cricket, but these are different conditions.
I may disagree with you with due respect. The score 33 without loss into the 7th over is actually a mix of a modern day cricket and that traditional cricket you're talking about, because they have hit boundaries. I remember you're reminding us of the old days when the power play used to be 15 overs. Teams would be satisfied with 45, 50 on the board, even less than that, provided they haven't lost any wickets. And you would end up having 220, 230 on the board, and that would be a good score to defend, because there were different conditions at that time. One ball was being used, saliva was being used, there was reverse swing. It was all different. But you're right, certain things, it's aerial, but falls short of the fielder in the cover.
Well, Ireland finding the balance, attacking and defensive play, and they've been able to apply themselves really well. So you have to appreciate their effort. And if you saw what happened with Afghan batters in the 10 overs, the application was the challenge.
You know, Kate Carmichael playing across, and he straight away indicates with the straight bat that no, the way to go about your business is to play with the straight bat. And I think this is one thing what the team must have learned playing the 6 matches before this, is the more you play with the straight bat, the better your chances are to score, and the less your chances are to get out. That outside the off-stump teasing line. Dilshan Madushanka, how long will it be before he is among wickets?
He's bowling at good pace as well. The ball thudding into the gloves of the wicketkeeper and getting the ball to move. You can see the batters not far away from the batter, around 15 to 20 yards. They're coming inside the 30-yard ring. All of them are stationed around 20 yards from the batter. They got now slip. Earlier they had the gully in position, and the second slip in position.
Will we see that one coming back in to Carmichael? Dilshan Madushanka looking for wickets. Yes, targeting the pad, but up for the task is Cat Carmichael. Sends it down to the boundary for another 4.
He is a charismatic character, not forcing the issue. He's focusing on timing and angle and placement. Both the batters on 18 respectively, 37 without loss.
That's a very good start for the Ireland Wolves. They have certainly negated the new ball in the first 7 overs. Been very lucky as well. There was a very close call. from Mohammad Shiraz. It was mighty close. But then again, it's different how the umpires are seeing it on the field. I just have a look at that. Onto the pads, and he was up for it. He has got a stylish way of hitting boundaries, isn't that, Kate Carmichael?
The biggest challenge for a batter to execute the stroke through mid-wicket or mid-on is about maintaining balance. He was beautifully balanced while executing that stroke. And since we've seen a couple of incidences, the ball is stopping into the pitch, coming to the batter, I think that was a great adjustment on the part of the batter.
Yeah, and I know that they have already got runs. They need not hit any unnecessary crazy shots and continue to bat with the heads on their shoulder, not to throw the caution to the wind.
They found the tempo that is required to assess these conditions, score runs and keep wickets in hand. And that's been the hallmark in this innings. They haven't played any risky stroke, to say the least.
You know, one other challenge that they will have to negate are the spinners from Sri Lanka. Dushan Himanta have taken 8 wickets. Tarindu have taken 9 wickets, top of the chart. And that will be one other thing that I'll be looking forward to when it comes to the middle overs phase. When the spinners are brought on. Another appeal, but I think it was outside the off-stump line.
Mohammad Siraj is bowling a teasing line, probing line around the off stump. He's getting the ball to move back into the right-hander of the seam. Once again, the impact was outside the off stump, holding its line as well. That was never going to hit the stumps, not even going over the stumps.
Yeah, well, it's pretty straightforward for Kate Carmichael, just covering the line of the ball and just making sure that he's negated any possibility whatsoever for the LBW. If you come across so much, then if the ball is being bowled wicket to wicket, you kind of get it onto the pads and you might be able to play towards the leg side. That just like that, aerial and down at the deep for 1.
Also, Ahmed Farad Fidai, the kind of pitches that they get in Ireland because of the winter and conditions, temperatures around 4 or 5 degrees centigrade, lot of dew, lot of moisture into the pitch. So that's why they're quite used to negate the swing and seam, and that's been visible because in general, the batters who don't play much cricket in those challenging conditions find it difficult, which was quite evident the way Afghanistan progressed in the power play overs against the new ball.
And we talked about this. It's the confidence as well, understanding what you are up there for, the grabbing, the trophy. I'm going to tell you a quote, and I'll give you time to think who has said this. Now, there is a quote, this great legend has said that every morning I wake up and I tell myself, today is the day I will do it. You have one more delivery and the entire break to think about whose quote that is. I'll tell you, he's one of the legends of the game, and I'm sure you love him.
Just riding the bounce, nicely negotiated. I will answer in the next over. 39 without loss. Zayed Cricket Stadium in Abu Dhabi hosting the final of the Explore Afghanistan Tri-Nation Series 2025 being powered by Super Cola. Sri Lankan captain Sadira Samar Vikrama winning the toss and electing to bowl first in conditions which are conducive for the pace bowlers, and we've seen Siraj getting the ball to move as they force a change. Madhushanka has been taken off. Milan has been introduced for a change. He bowled well with the new ball in the middle overs as well in the previous game. Nicely turned away, playing with the soft hand, recognizing the fielder is on the edge of the ring, taking a single. So it's an Indian batter.
Absolutely.
Opening.
He's batted at opening and in different positions. And I tell you, one of the bowlers who took his wicket, his career took off after he took his wicket. Yeah. In a test match, he got him out, and then since then his career took off like in leaps and bounds.
Test match at Eden Gardens.
You would better know. Let me tell you another quote from him. And before that, we'll just quickly talk about Milan. He is number 9 on the bowling chart. He's bowled very economically. He hasn't given away a lot of runs. He's into his third match. And when you look back how he's bowled, he's taken 3 wickets, but he's bowled very economically. His economy has been absolutely brilliant, under 5, 4.88. So I think it's a good change. But just to give you a few more quotes about that great legend. He says that people throw stones at you and you convert them into milestones.
I can pick this quote. Age is found, catch is taken, and Milan has just struck for Sri Lanka. Stephen Dhoni, he's out, he's caught in the slips. Ireland lose their first wicket. Jubilation for Sri Lankans, 40 for 1.
Yeah, well, finally, the breakthrough. Stephen Dhoni scoring 19, playing a good hand in that 40-run partnership. Falls for the ball that was outside the off stump, and it was just rising on him. And he threw his bat, and then guess what? Sri Lanka A have placed their tallest, if not one of the tallest fielders at the slip cordon, Nuanindo Fernando. And with his jump, he made sure that he holds on to it. That was a brilliant take. And you called it that they have worked very hard on their catching, and straight away an opportunity came their way, and they took it. It's hot out there. Kate Carmichael still out in the middle, and this is what happened. Stephen Dhoni, this one outside the off stump, threw his bat. I think it just rose on him a little bit, but it was a half-hearted shot, and that's the reason why. Look at that, a half-hearted really. He wanted to guide it to the third, and Novanindu was there to take it. Thank you very much, and look at the jubilation.
The seam movement and extra bounce as well, resulting in a wicket. Not a great shot by any mean. That ball is stuck into the pitch. Bit of tennis ball bounce and movement. Sam Toppings arrives at the crease with the scorecard reading 40 for 1. Wicketkeeper better. Will be challenged because the ball is moving a bit off the seam.
And straight away, the skipper has put 2 fielders at the slip region now. 2 slip fielders waiting for another edge outside the off stump. And this is what Milan Ratnayake will continue doing. He will not give you runs as easily, and he will continue to bowl at that teasing line.
I think that milestone thing was said by great Sachin Tendulkar after scoring double 100 at Captain Roop Singh Stadium in Madhya Pradesh, MP.
You're right.
I have a great memory about that game because before that they played the match at the Zayed Cricket Stadium in Jaipur, where he was run out, courtesy mix up with Virendra Sehwag, and I was so angry because I worked very hard to get inside the stadium and seeing Sachin Tendulkar getting run out. Excellent delivery, just coming back into the left-hander, and I think...
What were your emotions when he got run out? You will have thought with yourself 100 times, if he had not run, and if he had run quicker, if Sehwag had not made a call, and all those sorts of things that come to your mind, isn't it?
I was thinking Sehwag should have been run out, not Sachin Tendulkar. And that was the sentiment of almost all the Indians, but Sehwag batted well in that
and
game.
No disrespect to Virendra Sehwag, but it's just the fan that loves their own player continue to score runs. It's not that Virendra Sehwag will not be having his fans. He's certainly got a big fan following. But there are certain fans very loyal to Sachin Tendulkar. One here at the com box with me, Devinder Kumar, and what an over this has been. 1 run off it and a wicket, 40 for 1 after 9. So tell me about this quote. You certainly picked it straight away. I told you and you picked it. So what's the story behind it?
Well, first thing, I was an avid watcher of Indian cricket, and particularly Sachin Tendulkar. You try to learn from the greats. That's what I've been taught by Greg Chappell, the former coach of Indian cricket team. So they played that match at Swaiman Singh Stadium in Jaipur. Sachin got out, run out, courtesy a mistake from Virender Sehwag. It has to be from him. Suresh Raina got some runs, and Dale Steyn hit some sixes and made it very interesting. Eventually, Sachin Tendulkar protecting the boundary by millimeters to help India win that game by just one run.
And when did he say this quote? When people throw stones at you, turn them into a milestone.
2 days later, in the month of Feb, when he went on to become the first international cricketer, male cricketer to score double hundred in one-day internationals, after scoring that double hundred at Captain Roop Singh Stadium.
And that was the record of Saeed Anwar, 194 that he scored against India. I think it was in Chennai. Was it? Was it in Chennai, 194? Saurav Ganguly, I think, took that catch, hurting himself. He got injured taking that catch. And that record stayed for so long. But it rightly and fittingly had to be broken by another great ever batter, Sachin Tendulkar.
I was reading a lot of stuff yesterday because he happened to celebrate his birthday, 24th of April. All the cricketers who played before him or during him, praising his dedication, his sincerity, his humility, because he was the leading run scorer, the leading century maker in international cricket. Inspired generations of cricketers. And he's still inspiring. That's a good delivery.
Inspired the cricketers and our co-commentator. It's a good start from Ireland Wolves to bring you back into this match. 41 for 1. But there have been a good comeback from the Sri Lanka A. And it was the first change that the skipper brought of Milan Ratnaike. He's playing into his third match and he's bowled brilliantly. He's not erred his line, his length. And straight away he's provided the breakthrough, and all of a sudden you see that the run flow has stopped. And rightly so. They need to build a partnership.
Coming back to inspiration, people like me or many people living in various villages and getting inspired by Sachin's performance and looking to build careers. And some of them went on to play international cricket like Yuvraj Singh, Virender Sehwag himself, or Yuvraj Singh mentioning about shaking hand with him before the game when he was playing under 19 cricket and not taking shower because he did not want to miss that feeling of his hand being shook by great Sachin Tendulkar. Nicely turned away on the onside. And it should be back for 2, limiting it to single now. So they're heading into the final over of the power play. 42-1 is not a bad score.
It is not, and Sam Topping has opened his account. Now what I'm more interested in is how the Ireland Wolves will play the next 30 overs after this. Because if we see how they have played, barring their last match against Afghan Abdalian in the previous 3, they have struggled in that middle over phase. They have constantly lost wickets. They have lost wickets in cluster. They haven't been able to score a lot of runs. And the fact that they've done their homework, well done, as far the power play for the Ireland Wolves is concerned, they'll be very happy if they finish it on 42 for 1.
Dotwold finished the over. Siraj has been on the money. 5 overs, just conceding 14 runs. 10 overs have been bowled here in Abu Dhabi. 42 for 1, Ireland.
Milan Ratnaike will continue as I'm joined by Shoaib Ahmed in the combox. Welcome, Shoaib. It's a beautiful Friday here, and not a bad start, is it, for Island Wolves? Quick run, and they will take it. That's a good start to the second phase of this game as far the second power play is concerned. And this is what transpired.
Thank you, Ahmed. Yes, I think they'll take this start 42 for 1 after the 10 overs. Island Wolves have been invited to bat first, and they've shown some good intent, and that is really refreshing to see. The way they've batted against somebody like Dilshan Madhushanka, who was able to move the ball, who's been amongst the highest wicket takers in the series. So, amongst the highest wicket takers in the series. So yes, pretty impressive, but they still have a long way to go.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter. If you look at the top of the chart for the bowlers, it's all Sri Lankans. Tarindo with the 9 wickets, Dushan Imanta with 8 wickets, and Dilshan Madhushanka, as you rightly said, 8 wickets as well. So top 3, all Sri Lankans.
Yeah, and with the bat as well, and no surprises that they've been unbeaten in the tournament, because different players have stepped up for the side, have contributed towards the winning cause, and like I said, it's just wonderful to see how they've performed, how they've lived up to the expectations and have played like a dominant side in this series.
Yeah, truly, they haven't lost a single match coming into this final. And you talk about the top batters, Darvesh Rasuli, he's had a good Tri-Nation series, leading Afghan Abdalian, been unlucky missing on the final. 264, he's sitting at the top, and Lahir Udara with 197. So there's a big difference between those two, and then Sadhira Samara Vikrama. Sri Lanka have performed really well, but I really feel for Darvesh Rasuli, who unfortunately fell short of partners, and no one else from the Afghan batters really stepped up and gave him a hand in scoring runs for the Afghan Abdalian. That's the teasing line. Beautiful, is it?
Nicely bowled by Milan. He's bowled well. He's got that wicket of Doheny, and he's bowling in the right channel as well. You have to feel for not only for Darvesh but for all the Afghan fans back home and for the side as well. They came into this tournament as one of the teams that would go on to play in the finals, and they almost did that one game against Island Wolves, and that really turned the tide for the Afghan Abdalians. This is in the air, chipped, leading edge, wicket number 2 for Milan, and Island Wolves lose their second.
Yeah, this is a big blow. I think this is Cat Carmichael who played too early, and again that mistake of playing across the line. He wanted to guide it toward the leg side and took a top edge, leading edge, and a good catch taken by Madhushanka after scoring 21. Island Wolves lose their second. It's 45 for 2. Two wickets to Milan Ratnaike, and it's the reason why. He was too early on the shot, played across the line, took a top lead in edge, and safely taken by Dilshan Madhushanka. That's good bowling from Milan Ratnaike, but equally good fielding from the Sri Lankan fielders. Had a problem with the catching, particularly against Afghanistan, dropped a few, and they have certainly done their homework and been holding on to the catches. How beautifully has Milan Ratnaike been bowling. He's only conceded 4 runs, already took 2 wickets, and both the openers back to the dugout.
Yes, two toppings out there in the middle, Sam Topping and Morgan Topping. They'll have to really bat well now. It was a good start for the Ireland Wolves until that second wicket fell. 11 overs bowled, 45 for 2.
Well, taking cue from what you said, Shoaib, that's a good point. You said it was a good start before the second wicket fell. I mean, how do you see this? Now they have lost 2 wickets. Both the openers been back into the dugout. 2 new batters out in the middle. They have to construct the partnership. That's a lucky age, but Will Dow was already onto the ground, so not aerial. Should be fine. But the fact that you are hitting it not nicely should be a worry and concern for you, having a measure of the wicket, taking your time out in the middle. So walk us through. Why do you say that it was a good start until that fall of the wicket?
We've seen historically in this tournament that teams have lost quite a few wickets in the first 10 overs. That has not been the case for Ireland Wolves, because I felt that they came prepared against the bowlers of Sri Lanka A, especially against Madhushanka, with him getting the ball to move in the air. I think it was a good fight back from Ireland Wolves in the first 10 overs. This one's a wide, so he'll have to bowl that again. And now losing that second wicket just at the stroke of the 10th over, in the 11th over, I think that will bring some concern for the Ireland Wolves. And in the dugout, I'm sure they're going to think about how they can plan the middle overs, because these overs are going to be very crucial, especially when the spinners come into the attack. It will be interesting to see how the batters cope with the spin that Sri Lanka A have to offer. Will scamper through for a run, so it's going to be interesting now, Ahmed.
Yeah, that's a good point. Sri Lankan spinners been absolutely ruthless. Dushan Himanta, top of the second on the list, 8 wickets to him. Tarindu was a player of the match against Afghanistan in the last match. Took 4 wickets. He's already got a 2-4 wicket haul, and he's ambidextrous, so he bowls with both arms. In Sahana Rachige, so it'll be a very interesting phase of the game as far Ireland Wolves are concerned. That's it, another wicket. Too good through his defenses. Muhammad Shiraz among the wickets.
Well, this is not great news for Ireland Wolves. They've lost 2 wickets in quick succession. This time it's Sam who's the latest victim. Muhammad Shiraz coming around the wicket, goes through the defenses of Sam Topping, and that's the 3rd wicket down. Sri Lanka now in the game, 48 for 3.
Sam Topping departs after making only 5. A struggle out in the middle for the Ireland Wolves. 48 for 3 in the 12th over. And this is what happened. Through the defenses, Muhammad Shiraz creating that angle and not covering the line of the ball. Just playing it the wrong line, isn't it?
Yes, and a bit late as well. It looked like he was looking to play the ball inside out and completely missing the line of the delivery, and I felt that he was a bit late onto that shot as well. But having said that, it is success for Sri Lanka A, and they are now well and truly back into the game. They looked a little off colour in the first 10 overs, but now they're back to their regular self, and that's what you expect from a top quality Sri Lanka A side. They've got some stars in that team, and they are shining at the moment at the Zayed Cricket Stadium.
Out comes Chris De Freitas, who's looked one of the better batters of the Island Wolves. He's got 141 runs so far in this Tri-Nation Series. He's number 6 on the batters chart, and he's already scored a couple of 50s. And what the team will be expecting from him is to build a partnership here with Morgan Topping. Take the game deep, bat there until over number 40 or around, and give a good platform to the likes of Ross Adair.
Yeah, Chris, he's clearly has been the standout performer for Island Wolves with the bat. He's looked really good. He's got a sound technique. He's a busy cricketer. And he's played under pressure. Whenever he's come out to bat, Island Wolves have been in a precarious situation. And from there, he's managed to score runs. So another repeat performance is expected from him.
See, that's better. Covering the line of the ball and just showing the full face of the bat. Chris De Freitas. He's batted nicely. And the way he's moved his feet and the way he's played against the spin and the fast bowlers, he's certainly shown that he's a player of a good caliber. But this is a big day. And you need to show why you are being rated so highly to perform on a big final day.
Well, he's done well throughout the series. Individually, I think he'll be very happy and pleased with the performance that he's put on here in the Abu Dhabi tour at the Explore Afghanistan Tri-Nation Series. The problem has been that he's not been supported well by the other batters around him. He's not been able to stitch a partnership. He's been losing partners from the other end. So if that can change today, if Morgan and like you mentioned, Ross Adair, we know that he can bat as well. If these batters can hang around and play around him, Island Wolves will get to a good total, and that is something that they need to apply here in this big final. Successful over from Mohammad Shiraz, a wicket for him, as Ireland are 49 for 3 after 12 overs.
Well, for a very good start that the Island Wolves had put together in the first 10 overs, losing only 1 wicket, they'll be very, very disappointed and frustrated for losing a couple of quick wickets. But this is part of the game, and this is what this game of cricket is called. You can build it from here. Chris De Freitas has got a big job and a gift, to say the least. This is running down to the boundary. Will the fielder cut it off? I don't think so. Picking up from behind the ropes tells you it is already 4 byes. Farooq Khan indicating it's 4 byes. Lahiro was not able to hold on to it.
Well, that is some unusual fielding. Normally they're very spot on with their effort. Awkward bounce, I can understand that. But this should have been stopped, I felt. We don't have a clear visual of that, but the result is it's 4 byes.
50 up for Island Wolves. We'll take it. Oh, good channel. Wicket to wicket. Now, you talked about Chris De Freitas running short of partners. Morgan Topping hasn't scored a lot of runs. He's got only 63 before this in this Tri-Nation Series. It's a day where he has to step up and put together a good, solid 100 run and more than 100 run partnership to save the team and give themselves a chance into this big final of Tri-Nation Series 2025, powered by Super Cola.
They take a quick single. You're right, they need to put a partnership. It's the writing is on the wall. They have to build a partnership, play the 50 overs. We've discussed this all throughout the series. But what I'm really impressed about from Sri Lanka A is that, like we mentioned earlier, different players have contributed at different times for Sri Lanka. We saw Dilshan Madhushanka, who was brilliant with the ball in the earlier part of the innings. Today he couldn't do much with the new ball, but then you saw Milan coming in and taking those 2 wickets. So this is what you want from a team. You want contributors, you want impact players just like that to add value to the side and contribute time and time again.
I mean, this was the question I asked Nuwan Indu when he was standing captain, Sadira Samarawickrama, in the match against Afghanistan, resting himself along with the other 4 players, including Dilshan Madhushanka, Dashun Himanta. And wow, look at that. It's a peach of a delivery. Morgan Topping is very lucky to still being out in the middle. That could have kissed the bat and would have fallen into the hands of the glove of the slip fielder. Now, all of the players for the Sri Lanka A have performed. And I said, you brought 5 changes into the match. And all the other 5 players that you have brought in have also performed. So that would be very difficult for you to pick your playing 11. And that's the good news. And that's the kind of a trouble you want. Because all the players are performing, who to pick. And when you look at the batting charts, you see Sri Lankan bowlers at the top. You see Sri Lankan batters at the top as well. Barring Darvesh Rasuli, the top scorer, all the other top bowlers and batters are Sri Lankans.
Yeah, that's what you expect from a team of this caliber. Brilliant over from Milan. Yet another good over, impactful over from Milan. 13 bowled, 54 for 3.
Island Wolves searching for a partnership. Their biggest partnership have come against Afghan Abdalian in a very, very crucial match. 98 for the first wicket, where they chased down 173 inside 23 overs to boost their net run rate, and is the reason why they are playing this final against Sri Lanka A. Their second biggest partnership has come against Sri Lanka 81. And these are the 2 big ones. But it's a final game. They need to have a big partnership to save themselves from a position here. 54 for 3. They have lost 3 wickets in quick succession.
And this one's down the leg side. One was missing the stumps. Mohammad Shiraz coming around the wicket. And now over the wicket for the right-handed Morgan Topping. So change of angles for both the batters from Mohammad Shiraz. Slip in place. This time it's down the leg side. Will be called a wide. Would have been a good ball had Chris been on strike. This one's clearly going to be called a wide, and he'll have to bowl that again. Current run rate 4.25. Not all that bad. It's just that they've lost 3 wickets.
Yeah, I don't think run rate would that be of a concern. Would that much be of a concern? It's the wickets. And they've lost 3 quick wickets. And what they need from here is a partnership. It's interesting that skipper Sadira Samarawickrama still is insisting with the fast bowlers. He hasn't yet introduced the spinners, probably thinking that there's still some movement on this wicket early on. It's a fresh wicket. The first match of this Explore Afghanistan Tri-Nation Series 2025, powered by Super Cola, has been played on this. It was a good toss. Sadira Samarawickrama winning the toss, deciding to bowl first, and this is how things been so far. Only one match where Sri Lanka batted first and won against Ireland. All the other matches have been won by the team batting second.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see when they bring out the spinners, when they unleash the spinners on these batters of the Iron Wolves. I think they've bowled well. Milan, Mohammad Shiraz, Dilshan. Another peach of a delivery. They have been able to extract some juice of this wicket, and it is a seaming wicket. The ball is doing a bit after it pitches.
And I mean, Mohammad Shiraz, how good he is bowling. He bowled 6 overs on the trot against Afghanistan, and he's into his 7th over. And look at it, just missed by a small margin of distance, you can say. It could have just dislodged the off stumps on its way and going to the wicket keeper. 7 over on the trot under this hot conditions. You gotta appreciate kind of discipline he's putting into his act as an athlete, as a player, coming into play here at this Tri-Nation Series for Sri Lanka A. And look how economical he's been, given away only 19 runs, already taken a wicket into his 7th over on the trot. Brilliant.
Yeah, patience is key, patience is virtue, and that is what Mohammad Shiraz has expressed and shown us, that you have to be able to set up a wicket. Shiraz has done that today. Coming around the wicket again, and a dot ball to end the over. 14 bowled, it's 57 for 3.
And it will be drinks out in the middle.
Mohammad Shiraz coming in to bowl his 8th over. Almost like a test match spell from Mohammad Shiraz. Maybe getting ready for the 4-day game that is yet to be played between the Sri Lanka A side and the Afghan Abdullans. To talk about that and a lot more, it's my pleasure to introduce Roshan in the Combox. Roshan, welcome.
Hello, Shoaib. Lovely to have you. It's been good fun having you in the commentary box. The final of the Explore Afghanistan Tri-Nation Series powered by Super Cola. You added so much to the Combox. Variety, knowledge, information. And it's been great fun as we get into the last day of this very well organized tournament by the Afghan Cricket Board. A big well done, a big thank you, and also a big congratulations for what they have done, for the way they have organized it, and an investment that has been made in the right direction. You may not see the results immediately, you may not get a return almost immediately, but these are investments that are long term. And very well done to the Afghan Cricket Board. And very quickly, yes, you're right, Mohammad Shiraz into his 8th over. This is his longest spell, and it's not an easy day to bowl. It's a very challenging day. I feel it's a bit hotter actually when I went out there. They expected temperatures to be about 33. I think it's more. It's quite hot. It will take a lot out of you, but this is a good workout for him because he's never bowled this much in a game, leave alone in a spell.
Well, yes, and he's lived up to the expectations from his skipper. He's given away just 20 runs and he's been able to bowl at a consistent hard length. Look at that, just difficult to play. You're not sure whether the ball is going to come in or move away from you, and it's been a good, well-planned strategy that has been executed well.
Yeah, I think both Milan Ratnayaka and Mohammad Shiraz have been brilliant with their lengths. Lengths have been the secret. Avishka Gunawardena, the head coach of the A team, insisted it's all about lengths on surfaces like this. Because when nothing really happens for you as a fast bowler, especially with the ball getting older, you've got to be hitting your straps. And that's exactly what both Mohammad Shiraz and Milan Ratnayaka has been sensational today. I mean, I love the lengths he's bowled. And those lengths have been so challenging with the ball taking off from around that length. Enough movement to beat the outside edge. It's been a baptism of, not fire, but it's a kind of a challenge from both ends. 59 for 3.
Well, 59 for 3 after 16 overs. Milan will continue as the pace bowlers have given nothing away for the Ireland Wolves batter. And a quick mention about Sadira and how he's captain in this game, Roshan, especially the fact that we've not seen any spin on offer. It means that he's gauged the conditions well and he feels that the fast bowlers have a lot to offer on this wicket.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's seeing both Milan Ratnayaka and Mohammad Shiraz hitting those straps, hitting those areas. So why not? But I don't think he will want to bowl those 10 overs of Shiraz. Oh, bowled again. Just look at the length. Just look at the length he's bowling. And look at where the keeper takes it. Look at the bounce he gets from that area. Keep an eye on where he lands the length. Brilliantly bowled. And asking so much of questions from Chris de Freitas. He's been their best batter to me. And both Morgan Topping and Chris de Freitas have been asked a lot of questions there where they're looking for answers.
Yeah, those stats there, Chris has scored 2 of 17, Morgan 4 of 14, tells you that the going has been very tough for the Ireland Wolves batters. And at the same time, Roshan, do you think that they'll now look to strategize in terms of where they would want to finish in the 50 overs? Because it doesn't look like it's a 280 wicket, because the ball is doing a bit.
Well, I must say that these pitchers they're flattered. They have actually flattered to deceive. Honestly. I struggle to understand the services. But one thing that I found is always there has been something with the new ball, bowling first. But today, Ireland did very well to negate it. They got through those 10 overs with minimum of fuss. And then you get into that's called a wide. You get into a position of reasonable strength where you feel you can build. You can't afford to throw it away. Now, I put it down. See, I believe, if you look at all three teams, if you look at the way all three teams have played, with due respect to the talent we have seen on display, I take nothing away from the talent. But if you look at it's all about winning little moments in a game. There are little moments in a game that can be decisive. Oh, again, this man. What should he do to find the edge? He's been beating it so many times, Milan Ratnayaka. So just to quickly finish off, the moments we talk about Shoaib, another look, just enough movement, and look at that back foot getting dragged because he was done on the length, not committed on the front foot, playing from the crease. See, it is how you maintain winning positions, how you get out of difficult situations. See, that has a lot to do with the team's fortunes. And Milan Ratnayaka just continues. So that's what we have not seen regularly from both Ireland, Wolves and Afghan Abdelian. And why? Do you think why I think the reason for that is? Because this Sri Lanka team or Sri Lanka as a nation plays a lot of first-class cricket. So first-class cricket is about knowing how to handle situations, knowing to be patient, knowing how to get out of situations, and knowing how to maintain winning situations. So that sadly seems to be reflecting. Well, Ireland can still prove me wrong with a good performance here and winning this game. I'm not in any way saying that they're out of this game, but I'm just saying that you cannot go from good positions to difficult positions. 63 for 3.
Yeah, just looking for that quick single, and that is the end of the over. No damage done. 17 bowled, 63 for 3. "63 for 3. Mohammad Shiraz has been given a well-deserved break. He bowled 8 overs on the trot, consecutive overs for him, and he's also just stepped out. I'm sure he'll be back on the field after a refreshing break. There's a substitute fielder on for Mohammad Shiraz as he walks out, and Tharindu comes into the attack. Some left arm spin for Morgan, and I'm sure it's going to be right arm spin for Chris de Freitas.
See, I had this conversation with Tarindu Ratnaik. I said, I mean, I said, you're gifted, man. You can use both your hands, and I have no problem in you bowling left arm to the right-hander and right arm to the left-hander. That's fine. But I just asked him, why don't you try bowling the odd right arm to the right-hander? Why don't you try? Because off-spinners dismiss right-handed batters. So he was saying, I'm thinking about it, which is good. I mean, he can pick. For example, if the right-hander is picking him off as a left-arm spinner, switch to your off-spin and vice versa.
Absolutely, and I think it brings a dimension to his bowling, because if he sees that the batter is not all that strong in a certain area, and if he wants to bowl in that certain area as a right arm spinner with the ball coming into the right-handed batter, I think there's no written rule that you can't be bowling off spin. We've seen some really great off spinners coming from the island nation itself.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, you don't have to look far. You just got to look at Muralidharan. This is good running, but has the keeper fumbled? That would have been tight. I'll tell you what. I'm just wondering whether Lahiru Udara couldn't collect it. They ran with the shot. He's referred it. Umpire has taken his time as he referred it, but let's see. Sri Lankan fielders don't show too much of enthusiasm there, because I think Lahiru Udara could not gather the ball.
Yeah, from the body language, it does seem like he is not able to hold the ball cleanly while the stumps were dislodged. We'll have a better idea in the replay. Here we go. Yeah, he's missed it. That would have been out by a big distance.
A country mile.
A country mile, yes. That, I'm sure, will be disappointing. Udara will be disappointed with that effort, because that was not a difficult take.
Well, he will be disappointed because he has been very good with the gloves. He's taken some outstanding catches and stumping, and he'll be very disappointed. He'll be livid with himself. I know how players, you could see that he breaks the stumps with his gloves, with the ball not in hand. So that's what I thought. He could not collect the ball. And the question here is, was there a chance of it being a direct hit? Well, did he deflect it onto the stumps? Or did he break the stumps? I'm not sure whether... Yeah, I feel that he's breaking the stumps with his gloves. So don't think that will go in the favor of the fielders.
Yeah, this is a better angle. I think here you can clearly see that his hands have dislodged the bails and the ball is not in his hand. So the decision will be in favor of the batter.
That's what we hope.
Yeah, we hope. Right then, green signal. Not out, says the big screen. And Morgan and Chris will continue.
Yeah, Morgan Topping and Chris De Freitas. They got a job to do here. They got a very big job to do for Ireland. You were asking about a score they would have been looking at. I don't think they're looking at any score here.
On that.
Oh, was that a chance? Was that a chance? Yes, it looks like it. 2 in 2 for Lahiru Udara. Couldn't gather that run out, and this time it appeared with the body language of the keeper himself. Tarindu Ratnaik looked disappointed, but Lahiru Udara showed plenty of disappointment with that. Good over. Very nearly had a wicket there. 65 for 3.
Well, an opportunity put down in the previous over by Lahiru Udara, who's been brilliant behind the stumps with the gloves. Let's look at that again. Wanted to cut that too close, and it looked like there was an edge. You could see Tharindu already celebrating, and that reaction from Lahiru as well tells you that there was a missed opportunity.
I thought it hit his gloves. Hit his gloves harder before he actually let the ball come into his gloves. Wicket keepers generally don't go grabbing, but they let it come nicely into the gloves, let it come easily and let it settle in. That time hit his gloves off an edge. But just back on the subject of the target, I feel, right, I think is there a change in the wicketkeeper's job, or is there a change in the gloves? I don't know. Something seemed to be happening. Nonidu Fernando has taken a glove off and maybe wondering whether there was some discomfort in the glove, because I believe there must be. I hope he hasn't damaged his right hand. Lahiru Udara, he's asking for a change of gloves, change of wicket-keeping gloves. So it can happen, because the padding has to be important. You had got to feel comfortable with it, because wicket keepers like to feel the ball on the gloves. So I mean, it's an art. It's something. It's a trade that they are very proud of, the wicket keepers.
Yeah, could it also be a bit of superstition involved? He's dropped a catch.
Anything is possible.
Yeah, with those gloves, he's not able to cleanly collect that run-out opportunity. So maybe he says, let's just change the gloves and hope that things fall
the luck
back.
changes.
Luck changes, yes. Well, whatever it is, it's been sorted. Lahiru Udara with a fresh pair of gloves. Inside edge. And the ball trickles away towards the fence for 4. Could have crashed into the stumps on another day. Milan a bit unlucky. Chris, well, he's lucky enough.
Well, how cruel is it for Milan Ratnayaka? Chris de Freitas getting a boundary of an inside edge. But how many times did Milan Ratnayaka go past the outside edge and not find it? And the only time he finds it, it runs away to the boundary. This is an amazing game, the game of cricket. Sometimes it's a wonderful leveler. You can have your head in the clouds at one moment, and you can be brought down to the ground almost immediately. And that time, Milan Ratnayaka just trying and striving and striving. And his figures reflects 2 for 14 into his 6th over. But it does not tell you how well he has bowled.
I agree. I think he's bowled one of the best spells of fast bowling we've seen in the series so far. Of course, Dilshan Madhushankar has impressed one and all with the new ball, but this is some really consistent bowling. And what he's done well is that he's shown that he's patient enough to bowl in a certain area. Has troubled the batters regardless of whether it's a left-handed batter or a right-handed batter. Has not shown any weakness whatsoever. Thoroughly impressed by the way Milan has bowled in this game in particular.
And also, as far as Milan Ratnayaka is concerned, he made his debut against England in England and really looked good, looked impressive. And he then lost his place. It's not easy to have a seam bowling all-rounder when you play test matches back home, because the strategy, combinations change. But performances like this will always ensure that the selectors have him in their radar. We spoke about Taranga Parnavitana here. I mean, he's travelling with this A team. He's travelling in the capacity of a manager, former Sri Lankan opening bat, who had a distinguished career as an opener, and in his first-class career, played for the Sinhalese Sports Club. See, he is one of the panel, one of the members of the main national selectors panel. So it will be very easy for him to report to his fellow selectors at a point when team selections are discussed. So that's the value. of performances like this, bowling spells like this, in conditions that are challenging. 71 for 3.
It's going to be Tharindu Ratnayake to continue. Well, that first over gave away just 2 runs. So spin from one end, pace bowling from another. And both these batters, Morgan and Chris, are being tested. Their skills have been tested, their mental temperament has been tested, their toughness out there in the middle has been tested, and their fitness is also being tested because it's pretty hot out there. They're appealing for a stumping. That clearly seems to be safe for Morgan, who wanted to sweep that. His back foot well grounded behind the crease. Pushed away for a single by Morgan.
Well, the Ireland Wolves now, again we talk of handling situations. We talk of getting out of trouble. So now this is the challenge ahead of them. How do you get out of this hole they're in? How do you get into a position of comfort? So obviously they'll be telling themselves, they'll be setting themselves little targets. I don't think they're looking at 50 overs. I'm not sure whether they're looking at 280 or 290. I feel it might be bat 5 overs. Then let's reassess. Oh, what about batting 5 overs? He's gone. Tharindu Ratnayake induces a false stroke from Chris de Freitas. And he has his man. And for the first time, I think, in this series, Chris de Freitas is dismissed cheaply.
Yeah, that's a big blow for the Ireland Wolves. Chris normally is very good when he uses his feet and comes down the track. This time, it was a bit away from his body and had to play something that he was not comfortable with. Doesn't come from the middle of the bat. We'll dissect that in some time. But big news, big blow for Ireland Wolves. 72 for 4. Let's look at that again now. Looking to go big. Yeah, gets the outside edge of the bat and a simple catch at point. Just opening the face of the bat as well.
Yeah, looking to go inside out, I think. And I believe the mistake he made, as you said, was he looked to open the face of the bat. He was looking to go more extra cover and cleverly bowled. Give the bowler the credit. The ball dipped a bit on him and extremely well bowled, and he was smart to go a bit wider as well. And a massive wicket in the form of Chris de Freitas has been dismissed. And 72 for 4 brings Jordan Neal, the young all-rounder, into the middle. He is a fairly strong striker of the ball. Bowls good seam. Has decent pace, but now Ireland needs to get out of this hole. They need to have a partnership here. Sri Lanka, on the other hand, just making sure that the pressure continues. They haven't done anything differently. And they haven't actually, in my opinion, gone looking for wickets. Instead, they have stuck to their plan, and that plan is to build dots and bowl in good areas. And let's see what the Irish Wolf batters would do. That seemed to be the strategy of the Sri Lankans, and so far it has paid off.
And they've assessed the conditions well too. I think that is one big aspect, especially in this sport. I feel the conditions, they play such an important role in strategizing, planning against your opposition. And what they've done really well is that they've assessed the conditions and have executed their plans. Like you mentioned, they've not tried to attack too much. They just stuck to basics, and the results have followed. They've done well, really well. End of the over, 20 overs bowled another successful over for Sri Lanka A. It's 72 for 4.
Sri Lanka A winning the toss and deciding to bowl first, exercising control over Irish batting unit. 72 for 4. Last 10 overs have been profitable, have been brilliant, negging line and length. They kept probing around the off stump and they kept getting wickets in the process as well. Jordan not, Morgan 8 of 24, 72 for 4. Dushan into the attack.
Well, Sri Lanka now looking for spin from both ends. Why not? Dushan Hemanta has been a wicket taker. So has Tarindu Ratnayaka been, as he's shown us. Very nearly had a wicket in his first over. He had a wicket in his second. Milan Ratnayaka given a well-earned rest. I must say that the Sri Lankan bowling unit has showed up again with their efforts. Really good coordinated bowling effort on the part of Sri Lanka. Seen an excellent spell by Mohammad Shiraz, an extended spell. Dilshan Madhushankar wasn't as effective as he was in the previous game, but Milan Ratnayaka more than making up for it. And then you find Tarindu Ratnayaka coming on and creating those opportunities for the Sri Lankans.
And good captaincy as well, recognizing that Madhushankar was not getting much out of the surface, making that bowling change, giving extended spell to Siraj. They've been brilliant, also recognizing that there have been vulnerabilities when it comes to tackling spin, susceptibility against the spin for the Irish batters. So now Dushan, who bowled well in the previous game against them, in the later stage of the innings, has been brought into the attack.
Getting a bit of turn. I like the pace Dushan Hemanta is bowling. I think he's definitely quickened up. When he came on the scene, he was a little bit slower. Lairu Dara making sure that he took the bails off, but it was a little bit too wide anyway. The batter hadn't moved, so no question of that being stumped. But a moral victory for the bowler.
And it's an art, bowling on different types of wickets. There is a smattering of grass on this pitch, nicely rolled. You need to push the ball through quicker. It's evident in Australia, New Zealand. The bowlers prefer pushing the ball, bowling around mid-90s.
Again, this is brilliant bowling. He finishes the over with an outstanding delivery that spins past that outside edge. 73 for 4.
Zayed Cricket Stadium in Abu Dhabi hosting the Explore Afghanistan Tri-Nation Series in the final. Sri Lanka bowling superbly well, spinners getting into the groove. Wicket for Tarindu already. We have already seen an impressive over from Hemanta. Ireland find themselves in a precarious situation. Do they have the confidence to come down the pitch, to alter the length that the spinners bowling at them?
Well, this is perfect for the spinners, isn't it? With both Tarindu Ratnayaka and Dushan Hemanta from both ends are able to attack, because Ireland is in a difficult situation. They're fighting with their backs to the wall. Now, they brought in a slip, interestingly, for Jordan Neal. Tarindu Ratnayaka slowing it up that time. So this is perfect for the spinners to look to be attacking, bowl those lines and lengths, play with your pace, and your line, and let's see what the batters are going to do. Will they go after them? Will they look to take them on? Those are questions that the Irish batters will obviously be up. They'll have to answer.
Also getting into the mind of the batter. So they circumspect Jordan, relatively new at the crease, playing few tricks, subtle changes in lines, pace as well. He's bowling much slower in this over for Hindu so far.
Well, another factor, another aspect as a bowler, especially as a spinner, is the pace. You bowl on a certain surface, maybe to a certain batter, you need to know that. So you would see with Jordan Neal at the wicket, Tharindu Ratnayaka slowing it up a bit. But maybe to Morgan Topping, he pushes it through. Tushan Hemanta slowed it up and found some turn. And it's a good variety to have. I mean, you don't become predictable. You keep changing the pace. You keep changing your length, even the delivery. So this is really clever cricket.
Slip has been removed. Flatter quicker, looking to attack the stumps and making adjustment nicely. The Sri Lankan bowlers, 75-4. It's a hot day here in Abu Dhabi, 75-4. Lovely facility. Two big giant stands and grassy banks. Open stadium. No wind at all today.
The wind has been unkind, I must say. Normally it's been pretty windy every time we played here. Oh, that ball bounced a bit. Got a bit stuck in the pitch, got held. There was a time, I think there was this threat of a sandstorm at one stage because it was blowing so hard. But today, it's the players' comfort is not all that great. I'm not sure how humid the conditions are, but it's quite hot, and that can be I know humidity makes you feel very uncomfortable, but that heat can be really difficult. Beautifully bowled with Jordan Neal on Morgan Topping on strike, not afraid to toss it up. Tushan Hemanta.
After the first match, he's been bowling consistently well. He's found the groove, he's found the right pace to bowl on these pitches. And he's found the length. As a leg spinner, when you find the length, you land the deliveries consistently in that area, you always get something out of the pitch. You always get wickets. This has been a good testing over. Lovely tossed up delivery to end the 23rd over. Ireland A struggling. 76-4.
Easy. 76-4. Sri Lankan spinners getting through their overs quickly and getting through some cheap overs. Now this is another thing when you have spinners bowling at both ends. See, what happens is when you get into a situation like this. But about this, that's given because he played across the line. He's not happy. The batter's not happy. He just gestured or just indicated something to the umpire. It's worth taking a look as to why he was unhappy, Jordan Neal. As he walks back, Sri Lanka has got half of the side out of the Irish Wolves. That was nicely tossed up. He was looking for that slog sweep. And after a rather laborious 14 deliveries, out for 2. And Ireland are 76 for 5.
That's a good one. That's properly summed up the whole innings. Laborious.
See, what I was trying to say is when the two spinners bowling from either end,
Yeah.
and you keep bowling dots.
Sri Lanka holding all the cards and playing it superbly well. Just straightening up, there was no problem. It was going on to hit the stumps. That's a good call from the umpire. Good decision. It was never a challenge. I just cannot understand the frustration from the batter that was going on to hit the stumps. So Sri Lanka striking regularly, 76 for 5.
Very good decision, unless there was an inside edge, which is difficult for us to say. But as far as the trajectory of the delivery, line of the delivery, that looked heading in nowhere other than the stumps. Ross Adair is a new batter with Ireland tottering at the moment, 76 for 5. And the point I was trying to make there in the East, that they're now 76 for 5, 23.1 overs. You have two spinners bowling from either end, and they get through cheap overs and they get through their overs quickly. And before the batters realize, he would have played 5 overs, 6 overs for very little. And suddenly, you might realize, gosh, we played 30 overs and got only so much, 90 runs or 95 runs. So we need to move on. So that's what the spinners could do from either end when they're in control. Interesting field. He's got a long off out, but he's got a man at extra cover and another one at short extra cover. Because Ross Adair, that they're inviting him to try and go over extra cover. But he's got a man at deep point and long off for the miscue.
He's beaten with another nagging delivery. Ross Adair is an attacking batter. He likes to hit, and that's why they got a couple of fielders on the boundary and then forcing him to take that option through extra cover. His footwork has been abysmal so far in this series. This has been a forgettable outing already from him. He's been challenged. Yes, you come with a certain mindset, but you have to adopt according to the need of the situation of the game as well. Talent only will not see you through. Goes big. That's a tremendous connection. That's gone the distance. That's one way of shifting the pressure back on the bowler.
Well, it will release the pressure. It will make Ross Adair a little bit more confident. But I don't think Tarindu Ratnayaka will worry too much. It's 82 for 5, and he wouldn't mind Ross Adair attempting shots across the line. That will keep him interested. Finishers with a dot. It's 82 for 5. Yeah, at this stage you wouldn't mind it. So just hit me if you can. Because a lot of things can happen. You can miss like Jordan Neal miss. You can go over top edge. You can miscue. There's so much that could happen.
Sri Lankan bowlers tightening the screws. Swept well. He's found the gap. He's found the gap and he's found the boundary as well. A good positive stroke against the leg spinner. This is one way to tackle a spin, bringing your attacking strokes.
Yeah, one way to get out of trouble. I'll tell you, Sri Lankan spinners won't mind it. Batters looking to take an element of risk. There was a risk as you go against the leg spin. So Dushan Hemanta, let's see what he does here. Slightly quicker, slightly shorter. Morgan Topping now sees that man at deep mid wicket. There is a man at short mid wicket as well. Beautifully bowled, slower, found a bit of grip. Turn and bounce as well. This is good bowling by the leg spinner.
Well, Dushan Hemant has found a perfect pace to bowl with. His length has been immaculate so far. Lines and length. He's exercising great control. Always an exciting prospect in action. Once again, just almost shifting on the back foot to play that stroke. Just nudging and pushing, looking to bring a bit more intensity, bit more intent into stroke making. Strike rotation. Ross Adair would like to get some runs today in the final. This hasn't been the kind of series you associate with his quality and caliber as a batter. Sharp turn. Dushan Hemanta is getting the ball to talk here in Abu Dhabi. The current run rate is 3.58, so they've been able to put the brakes on the scoring rate after the power play overs. Shot and pulled away powerfully for 4. 2 boundaries from the over. 25 overs gone.
Well, that was a poor delivery from Dushan Hemanta. That's a drag down. Just what Ross Adair wanted, just what Thailand Wolf wanted. Finishers well. That over at the halfway stage, 93 for 5.
.93 for 5. Shot and hammered away on the onside for 4. So looking to take the attack to the opposition. Bit of intent from the two batters. Coming down the pitch and working the ball away on the onside. That's a good stroke from Morgan. Getting runs. He's got another 6 working for himself and for his team. Sense of urgency in scoring rates here in Abu Dhabi. In the commentary box, I'm Devendra. With me is Ahmed Farad Fidai. Good afternoon.
Very good afternoon, Devinder. And some momentum. Ross Adair out in the middle. Morgan Topping also taking the charge. This is a kind of a shot that he plays. Comes down the track, plays it down the leg side. But time it so nicely, isn't it? And sending it all the way for a maximum. This is the kind of a partnership they need. Quick runs.
And that's also forcing Tharinder to bowl into the pitch, flatter and quicker delivery, rather than tossing up and creating more perches out of the surface.
Oh, see, that's the thinking. Unless you take the attack onto the bowlers, they will be happy to bowl into their areas. You need to show a reaction from your side, use your feet, just disturb the line of the bowler. And for the kind of a bowler Tharinder is, you don't want to give him that luxury of bowling into his line in length.
All the players are skillful, and that's why they're playing this competition. But it's about forcing them to not execute it properly by putting the pressure back on yourself. If you're thinking too much, if you're thinking about survival, then you would struggle to execute your skills. So everyone has a plan, but it's about execution of the plan. And that's where the pressure plays a vital role. Because when your thinking is clouded, you make poor decisions. And the ball does not come out of your hand as well.
Giving it air and in the air. That was interesting. Brings up the 100 for the Ireland Wolves. After 26, it's 101 for 5. Some impetus. Let's have a look at this last ball of Tharindu's over. It was in the air. Could have been a brilliant catch. And couldn't hold on to it. I tell you what, Morgan has been enjoying himself out in the middle. He's brought a great luck with him. This is the second chance that is shelled. Missed a run-out opportunity as well. Lahiru Udara was not able to collect the ball cleanly. I mean, in the air, almost a catch back, but falling away from Dilshan Madushanka, who's been brought back into the attack. He's bowled 4 overs before this, given away 26 runs, still looking for his first wicket. And the captain thinks that let's bring in our fast bowlers. They are showing aggression. Let's bring our aggressive bowler.
Yeah, that's timely move from Sadira Samaravikrama, the captain for Sri Lanka. Leaking runs in last couple of overs. So he just wants to make sure that he wants his bowlers to be in ascendancy, controlling the things. Very quick to respond. And he brings Dilshan Madushanka with lots of experience and variety in his bowling to effect a wicket.
You know, this partnership holds the key for the Ireland Wolves. Oh, not the line that the skipper will have wanted from you. Wide, you'll have to bowl it again. And they are scoring quick runs. 32 have already come. And in this, 18 from Ross Adair and 14 from Morgan Topping in this partnership. And this is the second best partnership for them in this final match. And as for the bowlers are concerned, Milan Ratnayake, the economy, look at that, under 3. Muhammad Shiraz, under 3. That has been a brilliant bowling performance.
Well, Sri Lanka captain reading the conditions really well, making the judgment of bowling first. Well, that's been the trend, that's all right, but it's a slightly different surface. There is a smattering of grass on the pitch. It's a lot of green grass on this pitch, and hence we saw a few deliveries stopping to coming on, not quite coming on to the batters, also holding into the pitch. Some sea movement for Siraj, and that's why Siraj was persisted, was given 8 overs to utilize the conditions effectively. Milan was the one who was exceptional, taking full use of the available conditions.
Yeah, well, a bit of a momentum that the Ireland Wolves were looking at was that they got 31 runs in the last 3 overs before Dilshan Madushanka's over, and this has been a good change from the skipper. You see, since Dilshan has been introduced, the first 3 deliveries, the legal deliveries, because he's bowled 4 including 1 wide, has only given away 2 runs. So it's the understanding of the game, knowing where it is going, and if there is some momentum building, you as the skipper bring in your best bowlers, not that the others aren't as good, to try and stop that run flow.
That's why in general they say that captain reads what's going to occur in next 5 overs. You have to think and you have to stay ahead of the game about thinking what might occur if he persists with the spinner for next 3 to 4 overs. And that's why he wants to make sure that it's easy when they were enjoying the momentum and it's drifting away. It's about bringing back on track. It's like getting hold of the things. Deep square and deep point on the boundary. Shot and pulled away. One bounce to the fielder on the fine leg. He's not getting that extra lift that we saw from Milan and Siraj.
Well, Dilshan Madushanka was not able to get a wicket in his first spell. Usually he provides that first breakthrough. In the first match against Ireland, he was among wickets. and he enjoys bowling with the new ball. And the key is the length that he bowls at. He's not scared of bowling it full when he knows there's swing on offer and inciting those outside edges. Coming down the track, Ross Adair doesn't know any other way. It is one bounce 4, and a good over has come out with 7 runs at the end after that boundary of the bat of Ross Adair. After 27, it's 108 for 5. "38 runs have come in the last 4 overs and only 1 wicket. Importantly, 38 runs in the last 4 overs. The kind of a momentum shift that the Ireland Wolves were looking at. And it's with Ross Adair, since he's out in the middle, striking at above 100. 16 runs of the last 10 deliveries that he's faced. Actually, all the 10 deliveries that he faced.
Down the track, down the ground for a single. We've been talking about the importance of mindset, positive mindset, when we were not commentating, sitting in the press box, about the importance of mindset and how well they played against Afghanistan. Why are they struggling against Sri Lanka? It's a mindset thing, and that's quite visible here. 2 batters willing to take aggressive route, and it's paying off quite well for the last 4 overs or so.
Sri Lanka won't mind that. With aggression come wickets, and that's what they will believe. One bad shot and you lose your wicket. In the air and out. And that's what they were looking at. A big wicket of Ross Adair has been taken.
Well, it's been a forgettable series for Ross Adair. 16 of 11 deliveries, playing it straight into the hand of the extra cover. A poor shot for a batter of his quality. Therindu has been bowling superbly well, getting the 3rd wicket. A lot of expectation, not delivering on the promises. His innings has been cut short once again. He was looking good, but he's out for 16. It's 109 for 6. Sri Lanka dominating.
Well, a forgetful campaign for Ross Adair comes to an end at this Tri-Nation Series. Just catching practice to the fielder at the cover. And he says, thank you very much, to the joy of Therindu, who has been off the top of the chart, and deservingly, because he's got 12 wickets now, the most for any bowler at this Tri-Nation Series. And Gavin Howe, the skipper of the Ireland Wolves, come out in the middle to join Morgan Topping. That partnership has been broken, and that has been to Therindu. Now what will be the plan from here? Understandably, with Ross Adair, the kind of a cricket he plays, you would say that, okay, he will attack. 39-run partnership, the second best of this Ireland Wolves innings, been broken. And Ross Adair, we talk about it, 115 runs to him in this Tri-Nation Series.
3 for 20 into 6th over. They are attacking. They're getting more fielders in catching position. Short mid-wicket, short extra cover. Wow. Well. Silly point. Slip. Cuts into the ground.
That's good captaincy from Sadira Samara Vikrama. He knows that he's the new batter out in the middle. Attack him. And attack him with the best of your bowler, Therindu. And he decides to go to the other side now. Silly lick. He bowls at the offside, puts the fielder on the leg side, but bowls on the offside. and allow for Gavin Howe to open his account.
Sadira Samaravikrama has been outstanding in this campaign for Sri Lanka, captaining the side, scoring runs, crucial runs, getting a century, also making bowling changes, communication in the post-match presentation or at the toss, speaking to the media. He has been a great package for Sri Lankan cricket. And after a successful over, Tharindu getting rid of Ross Adair, Ireland 110 for 6.
Wicket stumbling, attack from Sadira Samaravikrama with the new batter out in the middle. Gavin Howe, he bowls leg spin, he can bat as well, but he will have to bat exceptionally well here because Island Wolves are in a big bother here, in a big spot of bother. Dushan Himanta straight away takes the catch. Short stay for Gavin Howe comes to an end.
That's a classical dismissal. When leg spinners are in elements, they are exciting to watch. He deserved wicket in this spell, and he has found one for Sri Lanka. They are running havoc, the Sri Lankan spinners. Ireland going down the barrel, wobbling here in Abu Dhabi. Lovely toss-up delivery. Just tip and turn. Simple catch in the slip region. What a beautiful delivery. You enjoy watching the leg spinners getting the ball to dip and turn. 110 for 7. And drinks break on the field. Ireland in danger of bowling out 110 for 7. This has been a very disappointing performance in last 20 overs or so after surviving the first 10 overs without much damage, going at great rate and faltering along rapidly, losing wickets in a heap. They got slip and short leg in position, short mid wicket, short cover. So 4 men in catching position.
You know, that was one of the worries into this Tri-Nation series. Ireland, Wolves batting first, have not been able to bat all their 50 overs. Maximum they could bat was all the way to the 46th over. Now, once again, in the big match of final at this Tri-Nation series 2025 powered by Super Cola, and they are struggling. And you look at that, it's into the 29th over, already 7 wickets down. How much more can they do? The only set batter out there is Morgan. Now Tom Mays has batted. He put together that 52-run partnership with Jordan Neal against Sri Lanka. It's a hell of a task, a big task ahead of him.
Well, we can understand Irish batters losing their wickets to spin, but the pace is the department. That's where they feel a lot of confidence about tackling pace and seam bowling, and that's where they faltered today once again, getting the ball to turn sharply.
Look, when you come and bat in any conditions, when you come and play for your A side, you represent your country. It's not an excuse to get out to a spinner or a fast bowler. And I think Afghanistan as well as Ireland, they will look back at this and will see that, this is one serious area for them to consider improving, which is to bat 50 overs and to plan for the different phases of this long one-day game. It's 50 over, 300 deliveries, it's different patches. You need to just plan accordingly and move along.
A temperament. Thinking like a 50 over game, I was speaking to Zayed Cricket after the first match, and he was of the opinion that he's trying to find his feet in one-day format. He likes to play T20 cricket, and it's easy, but it's different. You have to think differently. That's another great delivery from Dushan Hemanta. He is bowling magnificently well. 1 for 16 in 4 overs, 113 for 7.
You know, you bring up a good point, Devinder. Playing the different phases of the game and playing a one-day format differently compared to the T20. Would you elaborate a little more on that?
It's a general process. It's a mix of T20 and Test cricket. Yes, you need to bat with a bit more intent, a bit more positivity. At the same time, you have to respect the conditions. So it's about, in the first 10 overs, they should concentrate on assessing the conditions. 10, 15 overs, it's about assessing the conditions and finding your game that suit the conditions. And in the middle stage of the innings, from over number 15 to 40, it's about consolidation. Don't take any risk, just get 4 or 5 runs per over. If there is a poor delivery coming at you, just put it into the fence. And last 10 overs about exploding, about taking the attack to the opposition, about getting those big shots, and that's why you get so many all-rounders in your side in one-day cricket, and so many batters with the ability to clear the boundary. But a lot depends on the performances of the top-order batters.
Yeah, well, a lot depend on the performances of the top-order batters. Certainly, I take that cue from you. You know what approach I liked? I liked the way South Africa was going about their business recently in the one-day format. I think it was the ODI World Cup that they tried and replicate that formula of playing the first 10 overs as the ODI, then playing the next 30 overs as the T20, and playing the last 10 overs as the T10. So they were bringing all the 3 formats into one format. But again, it's about how good your batters can perform.
4 formats. Test match, one day, T20 and T10. But one day is still a wonderful format to watch, commentate and play as well. 13 overs bowled, 113 for 7.
20 overs game left. Only 3 more wickets for Sri Lanka. And Ireland Wolves, big task. Play out all the 50 overs. And also score runs because 113 for 7. And if they manage to get scoring at 3.77 in over, manage to get another 70, and they'll only be able to put 183 on the board. Probably my maths are not as good. 113, 70 more, 180, 186. Would that be enough, Shoaib, as you join us in the commentary box?
Thank you, Ahmed. I don't think it's going to be enough against the Sri Lankan batting lineup, the kind of quality that they possess and also the way they've performed. We've seen over the last few days, batting in the second innings is a lot easier. The ball comes onto the bat, the wicket settles down. So clearly it's not an ideal situation to be in for Ireland Wolves. This is what it is, 114 for 7.
Yeah, well, it's also tackling the spin threat because remember, Dushan Himanta took 4 wickets against Ireland in the first match that they played. And so it's also tackling the threat of the spin, it's to score runs, and it's also to make sure that you get enough on the board to give something to your bowlers to bowl at. Rightly so, we have seen batting becomes easier in the second innings. All of the sudden, once the heavy roller has been rolled, wicket becomes much more easier as compared to how it behaves in the first session. Again, a fielder right under the eyes of the batter, not allowing them to drive at Dushan Himanta, but drives still the batter and will only be one.
Not a bad over for Ireland, I would say. They've got 4 runs in it without taking too many risks. A little too full from Dushan Himanta in this over. Has bowled close to the batter. Has not allowed the ball to turn. He'll want to correct that.
Fielder at the fine leg's been taken now. That's the line that he wants to bowl. The one that turns away and creates an opportunity. End of a good over for Dushan Himanta. 4 runs only coming off it. 31 bowled, 117 for 7.
Tharindu Ratnayake, 3 wickets for him. He's had a good outing today. Has given away just 21 in his 7. 3 more overs to go. He'll look for his 5-wicket haul in this final. That'll give him tons of confidence.
Yeah, he's bowled brilliantly. He took 4 wickets in his match against Afghanistan. That is running down to the boundary. Ireland Wolves won't mind it. Wide and 4. Barring this one delivery, he's bowled really well. Into his 8th over, only 21 runs in the first 7 overs he's bowled and taken 3 wickets. Especially that wicket of Ross Adair, I believe, was a game-changing one because Ireland Wolves started to take some momentum, and with that wicket they put back the Ireland Wolves on the back foot. But shout out to the Afghanistan Cricket Board for organizing this Tri-Nation series. I mean, I can tell you, it's not easy organizing Tri-series. The scheduling, the venue management, the logistics overload, the broadcasting and media, ensuring the match officials, support staff, including the services of commentators, and all the pressure from all sides. And yet this has been a very successful tri-series that Afghanistan Cricket Board has been able to host, bringing in Ireland Wolves, Sri Lanka A, and Afghan Abdalian playing alongside. It's not only this Tri-Nation, it's also a 4-day to start with against Ireland and to end after the Tri-Nation against Sri Lanka. Really good it is, isn't it?
Yes, it's commendable the way they've conducted this tournament, and best wishes and congratulations to everyone involved behind the scenes as well. I think it's a job well done, and they'll want to build on this, and we can expect bigger, fresher, newer things from Afghanistan Cricket Board. It's like you mentioned, it's never easy to be conducting a tournament, especially when it's not your home country. You're not doing it in Afghanistan. A lot of other factors come into play, but they've made it, and they've made it in a grand fashion. So hats off to all those who are involved.
Yeah, truly. I mean, the players have scored runs, taken wickets. But I can say that actually it is the Afghanistan Cricket Board that has delivered the win, ensuring that this Tri-Nation series is organized in a very smooth, seamless manner. End of another good over from Tarindu, barring that wide for 4 runs. Only few runs coming off it. There's been some mix-up out there in the middle. The ball's been thrown everywhere, but they will settle down. After 32, it's 125 for 7.
A decision pending for that run out. They've gone upstairs to have a look. Seems like he's dragged the bat, and he's well behind the crease as well.
It tells you another important person behind the television looking at the moments of the game and adjudicating it from there is the TV umpire. Always looking at it from the different angles, making sure that the right decision's been made at the end of the day. You know, these organizers, Shoaib, is always feeling that they are maybe the unsung heroes who deliver, and they are most of the times behind the scene, not out, yeah, as you rightly called it, had dragged the bat down. The unsung heroes who are not appreciated maybe as often as they should be, isn't that?
There's a lot that goes behind the scenes in a tournament like this. Like you mentioned, the logistics, the operations part, the coordination, broadcast, communication, media, social media. So it takes a lot of effort, and a lot of different individuals come together in a very beautiful, synchronized manner for an event of this stature to be executed so well.
Yeah, well, and a massive thank to the people behind the cameras, capturing all the scenes. And the broadcasting partner has been SportsWatt for this Tri-Nation series. And the cameraman standing there at the heat, capturing all the moments.
That's on you, ump.
And that are remembered for a very long time among the fans and also among the players.
Goes for a big hit, connects and connects well. It's gone the distance. Big hit, ballistic from Tom, and that's 6 more for Ireland Wolves.
Well, Tom Mace can certainly bat for wicket number 9, put together a partnership of 52 with Jordan Neal in the first match against Sri Lanka when they were chasing that 265. This time around, sweeps and sweeps well for a maximum. Good cricket. Really good cricket. Just playing it for a single after hitting a massive 6.
Some runs for Ireland Wolves, not enough, but they'll take whatever they can. They'll have to bat and bat as deep as possible. brings out the reverse and gets good connection, beats the fielder for 4.
Yeah, well, Morgan Tobin's been there for a lot of time now. He's already faced 57 deliveries now. He should be seeing the ball like a football because he's been out in the middle. And it's important that he stays out in the middle. That's a shot of confidence. Brings the reverse sweep in play and sends it for a boundary. This has been a very expensive over from the Sri Lankan AA point of view. First 3 deliveries, 11 runs coming off it. He will toss it up. Yeah, he will toss it up, give it air. They are appealing for a catch, but I think it's gone off the pad. And it was going down the leg side. The umpiring's also been very spot on. Talk about everyone involved in ensuring that this Tri-Nation Series is run well. Spare a thought for the umpires who are on the field, behind the TV, the fourth umpire, the match referee, adjudicating this game. Yeah, bowls it short, but it's turning sharply down the offside. Wanted to play down the deep mid-wicket, but it went too far on the offside. Would have been a better shot had he tried and play it towards the offside, but it was a premeditated kind of shot, so he couldn't connect. Well bowled, well bowled. There's an appeal for the stumping as he dragged his back foot. I'm sure TV umpire will come into play.
Well, this is a wicket that Ireland Wolves will not want at the moment. It was Morgan who was looking to drive that towards extra cover. He's got a 4 in the over already, but has he dragged his feet out? Let's find out. Fair delivery. No, he's well grounded. Not a problem there at all.
Yeah, you could tell from the reaction of the wicket keeper and the bowler. No interest shown. You know, this little partnership building here. And we will see another bowling change. Sahan Arachige has been introduced into the attack now.
Yeah, not a bad idea. Sahan, he's an effective bowler. Well, he's lost that one trying to deliver the ball in his run up at the popping crease. It reaches mid-off.
I know he's bowled well. He's bowled economically. He hasn't given away easy runs. He's bowled wicket to wicket. So he's really been bowling nicely when you look back how he's bowled throughout this Tri-Nation Series.
Well, he's bowling in the mold of Arvinda De Silva. He's got nice loop into his deliveries. Just going wide of the crease, trying to create different angles. The breeze is also picking up here. Much better. Searching for that outside edge to the delivery that goes straight through his arm. He's trying to get some overspin this time around. We have seen the leg spinner, San Hemanta, getting the ball to dip and turn. He has been the most effective spinner when it comes to maximizing the purchase available in the pitch. He's bowling nicely. He's teasing the batter to come down the pitch. This has been a good, accurate over so far. Can he bowl a maiden here? Nicely turned away on the onside. Will take a single. And that's the end of the 34th over. Trying to restructure this innings. Ireland A, 137 for 7. Tommy is 13 of 22, 35 of 60 for Morgan. Some sort of partnership building, also scoring rate. Just going, hovering around 4 runs per over, 4.03 to be precise. The focus would be on playing out the full quota of 50 overs. They haven't played 50 overs so far, the full quota in an innings. Ireland, the maximum they played is 46 overs. After getting off to a solid start, I think this has been another disappointing day in the middle stage of the innings. He's getting a lot of purchase. He's bowling beautifully, Dushan Hemanta.
Yeah, he's been very impressive, bowling some really good lines and lengths. The previous over was a bit full and gave away a few runs, 4, not more. But now he's again come back to that length, where it's not easy to score runs off. This time he's walked it away. Morgan wants the second, but there's no chance.
We have seen 3 quality leg spinners bowling in this competition. Gavin Hoy, we saw Cash Ahmed from Afghanistan, and Dushan Hemanta from Sri Lanka, who has been the pick of the spinner on this tour, according to you, Shoaib.
Yeah, well, it's a tough call. All 3 have done well in their own capacity. But if I had to choose one, I would choose Dushan. The way he's bowled. Gavin too has shown what he is capable of. He was also the player of the match for his side. And as a captain, he led from the front. Like I said, if I had to choose just one, it would be Dushan for his outstanding performance.
He bowled well in the middle overs and he bowled well in the death overs as well in one of the games. So overall, impacting the series positively. 141 for 7. 4 singles from this over. And they've been good in the field as well, inside the 30-yard ring. 35 bowled, 141 for 7.
Nicely worked away towards the mid-wicket. Sahan continues to bowl his second over. Gave away just 1 run in his first. Good use of the feet from Morgan. He's the set batter in the middle, and he'll have to continue to bat for Ireland to get anywhere close to a respectable total here. 142 is what they've managed to get, maybe around 200, 220 if Morgan stays there till the end. And if they bat 50 overs, which seems a little difficult. The spinners have done really well for Sri Lanka. Sahan now in operation. Looking for a single, no chance. These fielders are really quick. Some athletic effort is what we've witnessed all throughout from the Sri Lankan fielders. Joining me in the com box is Roshan. Roshan.
Hello, Shoaib. Well, I'll tell you what, there's a lot of trouble here for Ireland Bulls, and they'll be very, very unhappy with where they are. Tom Mayers made 15 of 28. He's also Morgan Topping holding the innings together. And they've never been allowed to have a partnership. That has been the problem. Sri Lanka kept knocking over. 143 for 7. 143 for 7. Dilshan Madhushankar continues. I must say that this surface has had a little bit for the spinners, but it has not been a difficult surface, Shoaib. Again, you would put it down to rather poor batting.
Oh yes, it has been a dismal performance from the batters of the Ireland Wolves team. They've just not been able to tackle the spin from Sri Lanka. Not great execution and application from the batters. Uppishly played, beats the fielder at mid-on, and the ball races away towards the fence for 4.
Good shot by Morgan Toppings. They need a few like this. They need to give them something to bowl at. At the moment, they're closing in on a half, 150. Nicely done. Short arm almost. Really didn't have too much of bat lift. Just chipped it over mid-on. Beautiful timing. Use the pace, use the angle.
Yeah, Madhushankar continues to be expensive in this game today. A little too full for my liking. And now too short. Misdirected as well. And it will be a legal delivery.
Well, I think he's searched for swing. That's what he's done, because he's stuck to what he's been successful with. And that is to bowl good areas. And I don't mind that short ball. It's a change-up. Because the previous delivery pitched up. The batter went over mid-on and then immediately follows it up with a short ball. So it's just that the ball hasn't swung for him and has come on a little bit easier. But I think bowlers can have an off day. He's had some really good days in this tournament now from round the wicket.
Slower delivery from Dilshan Madhushankar, a direct hit. They're asking the umpire, who's going to go and have a look upstairs. From the looks of it, I think he's made it back in time.
Yeah, direct hits, umpires will always want to check. Because you look at little situations. You look at, sometimes centimeters, millimeters. This won't tell us anything. This might. I think he's well in. He's very well in. The question is, has he grounded his bat? I think he has. So that's an easy one for the third umpire, even as the ball strikes the base of the stumps. But Mohammad Shiraz keeping the batters on their toes with a direct hit.
Yeah, this will give us a good idea. He's grounded the bat, and it's grounded when the ball hits the stumps.
I think he's fine.
They've zoomed in now. Just to ensure that they have the right visual. They're still looking and confirming. Decision pending. That might change any time now. And it is not out. So Morgan survives. He's on 42, nearing an important milestone. 50 runs in this game is a very good score. If he can get there, and maybe more once he looks to go big. Pulls well in the gap as well, and Morgan topping. He moves on to 46 with a boundary to his name. Not the best of deliveries from Dilshan Madhushankar. Easy pickings for Morgan topping. Guides it behind square for 4.
Handy runs, the 150's up. Ireland Wolves will take it. They'll take everything they can. They need something to bowl at, I'll tell you. From round the wicket, Dilshan Madhushankar has gone for 9 in the over. Finishers with the dot. 37 done. We still got 13 overs left. The Irish Wolves are 152 for 7.
Sahan continues. Sahan Arachike coming around the wicket on the pads.
No.
Tom Mays, he's played an important knock, has played the second fiddle for Morgan Topping, and this is a very good partnership between the two. Important one.
Sahan Arachike continues to go round the wicket. He's not a big turner of the ball, but that's a good angle to create to the right-hander. You tend to bowl that off-stump line. You tend to try and run it past the outside edge if he can find the outside edge. Maybe turn a delivery back as well. It's a defensive line, but it's a good line to bowl. Not easy to score runs off because you're always at the batter. You don't give much width. Morgan Topping's now on 47. Well made 47. And he's doing a good job here. I like the way they're looking to rotate the strike. They are knocking the ball into gaps. Obviously need to bat the 50 overs, Ireland Wolves. That's their first task. It will be criminal if they get out before that.
It will definitely shatter their hopes if they cannot bat the 50 overs. Whatever they can get in those 50 overs will be acceptable for the bowlers to then try and make a match out of it. Not a bad over this for the Ireland Wolves so far. 5 singles in the over. And make that 6. So this around the wicket angle from Sahan not worked as effectively as you would expect. 38 overs bowled, 158 for 7. 12 more overs. That's what you have as an Ireland fan. If these two can bat those 12 overs, regardless of where they finish, they'll have some momentum going into the second innings. Sri Lanka, on the other hand, will look to finish this tail off. Although this is a good resistance from these two batters, Sri Lanka will be looking to try and restrict to Ireland Wolves to as low a total as possible.
Well, they've added 38 runs in 10 overs. This partnership, they came together at 121 for 7. And that was in the 29th over. Madhushankar called a wide. That's interesting. I think the leg umpire signalled it. So it's a more than useful partnership between... and 50 to Morgan. Morgan Toppings, what an innings from the right-hander. And Tom Mayers with him in this partnership, giving some hope for the Irish Wolves.
It's been a good knock from Morgan Topping. Important one at an important time in the series, in a big final against a top side. He's shown what he's capable of. Has led the resistance from the Island Wolves against Sri Lanka A, and he continues to be a thorn for Sri Lanka in this batting lineup of Island Wolves.
The Ireland coaching staff will take heart when you look at the resistance. Look at the way Morgan Topping has risen to the occasion. He managed to absorb the pressure, managed to bat through some difficult times. Now long on goes out, fine leg comes into the circle. So they'll be very impressed with the character he's shown as a batter. Pace off. So these are little things that teams look for. Yes, as we've said before, winning is absolutely important. That's why you have a final. That's why you have a championship. You come out here to win. But if you can't win in tournaments like this, I mean, identify some of the special efforts. So we can talk about one name that comes to my mind immediately when you talk of the Irish Wolves, has to be Chris De Freitas. He looked so good, though he missed out today. Now Morgan Topping showing us his character as a batter.
Yeah, it's been tough series for Island Wolves. But like you mentioned, there have been some standout performers. Chris De Freitas being one, Gavin Hoey with the ball for the Island Wolves.
Oh, he's been excellent. I thought he's been very good, Gavin Hoey. He's surprised a lot of batters. He's got a good number of wickets. And he can easily turn out to be a real match winner for the Irish. Not just at this level, but at the highest level. Because he appears to have that potential as a leg spinner. Good control as well.
Flicked off the pads. It's been played fine. Beats the fielder. And Madhushanka, well, he's having an off day in the office. Ends the over with a 4. Rather, one more ball left, and it's already an expensive over, this one.
Yeah, turning out to be some very useful overs for the Irish. A little bit too straight from Dilshan Madhushanka, almost in line with the leg stump. He don't bowl full and on the leg stump with the fine leg inside the circle. You can understand what Madhushanka was after, but just a little bit towards the leg stump, so became an easy option. Last ball of the over. Well bowled. That was what he was after. He was looking to bowl those Yorkers. 39 done. It's 165 for 7.
Sahan Arachige coming around the wicket. Pushed for a single. This is a good resistance, good fight back from the Island Wolves. One would have thought that they will be bundled out for around 130, 140, but these two have shown that where there is a will, there is a way. And as of now, they are happy to rotate strike, keep the scoreboard ticking. Sri Lanka won't want to chase anything more than 200 in this game. they need to take wickets. And I think they'll bring somebody like Tharindu back into the attack any time now.
Well, Sri Lanka will want to keep them down to their lowest. Certainly, why give them 200? They would have been hoping they could finish them off under 150, but then that's the character of this 8-wicket partnership. Came together at 121. They've added 47 invaluable runs. And they're closing in on a half-century partnership. These are really positives that Ireland will take with them. That they have come into the final, they have beaten Afghan Abdilian, who would have definitely been fancied to play in this final with Sri Lanka. And the manner they beat the Afghan Abdilian, the way their seam bowlers bowled in that game, and now showing a bit of character here. 40 overs done, the partnership blossoming, 170 for 7.
Good resilience shown by the Irish players. A bit of resistance with bat in hand, 24 for Tom Mays and Morgan, 56 of 77. The third power play signaled by the umpire. Captain will have the luxury of having additional fielder on the boundary. They got 3 on the onside, deep square, deep mid wicket and long on. Long off and sweeper on the offside on the boundary. Straight to the fielder at extra cover. Some resistance.
For sure, 49 runs partnership. Tom Mayers and Morgan topping them, they have contributed almost equally. Tom Mayers have made 24 out of the 49. Goes big, and how big is it? I think big enough. It's gone all the way for 6. They register the 50-run partnership. And that is a more than useful shot from Tom Mayers, who now goes up to 30 with it.
Well, there is a majestic stroke from Tom Mays. This keeps his front leg out of the way, creating room for swinging the blade and making a mighty connection. That went a long way out of the boundary rope for a 6. This time lifts one over mid-off and will be cut off. There is a protection on the boundary. Batters would be back for 2. So there is a conscious effort to accelerate and to take down this spinner.
Yeah, the Ireland Wolves are showing some intent here, which is very good from their point of view. They came together at 121 for 7, now 57 runs. And in almost quick time. It was 28. It was the 28th over. This time he goes wide and it's gone behind the keeper. I'm wondering whether he took the bottom edge or whether it be called a wide. Tushan Hemanta bowled it wider, slower. I think it went off the bottom edge for a single. So they've already got, 9 runs of the first 4 deliveries. And Tushan Hemanta is getting a bit of stick here into his 8th over. He's going at almost 6 runs and over.
Lovely delivery. Was there an inside edge? Umpire believes that was off the inside edge.
That's what he thinks. That was the indication. But let's see. Dushan Hemanta thought he had his man. Let's see. Beautifully tossed up. Well, if there was no inside edge, he was dead. It was very difficult for us to say, but no inside edge, he was gone. That's for sure.
Good delivery. An eventful over where he went for 9 runs, 41 bowled, 179 for 7. Gorgeous looking. Zayed Cricket Stadium is hosting the final of the Tri-Nation Series, Explore Afghanistan Tri-Nation Series. And hammered it to the man at the long off region for a single. If we reflect upon this innings, Roshan, in different phases, when they batted with bit of aggression, bit of intent, they succeeded. First 10 overs, then in the middle stage around 18th over to 25th over, when also Dare was there, we saw runs coming easily. And once again, you can see runs coming easily when two batters willing to take that aggressive route.
I put it down to handling situations. Sri Lanka was very good when the Irish openers looked like they were taking it away. Everyone spoke about the first 10 overs where the ball will swing and do something. The Irish openers, they had none of it. They just went after the bowling, played some delightful shots. They're a good power play. And as I said, it's the experience of the respective teams from a comfortable position. Then you lose 2-3 wickets quickly. That's where Ireland lost the initiative a little with the Wolves. And then they kept losing wickets quite regularly until this partnership happened. So those are little things that they'll want to carry with them. They'll want to try and learn and remember.
Sri Lankan bowlers have been very disciplined all the matches, not just today. When they were not getting the wickets, they made sure that they tightened their screws, especially the way Milan bowled today. Good delivery once again. He's hovering around the wicket here. 42 bowled, 182 for 7. Dushan Hemanta, 1 for 44 in 8 overs. He's gone for a few runs in last few overs. They got men at the deep square on the sweep, on the slog sweep, men at the mid-wicket position. It's been hammered down the ground for a single. The sense of urgency. Tom has been good today. 36 of 48 at a team, and the team was going down the barrel. It's been good hands so far.
You speak about how well the Sri Lankan bowls, and we know Sri Lankan bowlers have bowled. We know that in the shortest format, 50 over, the middle overs are so important. If you're a bowling unit, you're looking for wickets always in the middle overs. Goes high. Will this be taken? Milan Ratnayaka should catch it. Yes, he does. Dushan Hemanta finally manages to get back his revenge. But after a very fine innings by Tom Mayes, looking to go over the top, miscued it. Slower delivery, I thought. Or was it the one that he... Or the top spin, I don't know. Let's see. But Tom Mayes goes for 36, 184 for 8. Right, let's take a look. That was, I'm just wondering whether it was bowled from front of the hand, whether it was looked like a flipper. I'm not sure. Flipper generally is pushed through a bit quicker. This is bowled slower, but beautifully bowled. To have the batter Tom Mayes caught in the deep. So 8 down now. Liam McCarthy comes out. Well, the saving grace for the Wolves is that Morgan Topping, he's at the non-striker's end, and the Irish Wolves will want him to take as much strike as possible.
Slip in. Short extra cover. So once again, when the partnership was flourishing, the leg spinner getting the wicket. Forcing stroke through the offside. It's hanging on the back foot. The test continues against a spin for the Irish batters. 184 for 8. Ireland A 184 for 8. 7 overs to be bowled in this innings are put into bat. 3 for 32. Will take a single through the offside. They haven't played the full quota of 50 overs. Maximum they played 46 overs. And the partnership was building. Once again, Ireland faltering in the middle stage of the innings.
Yeah, we spoke about the Sri Lankan bowling, and we speak about the importance of middle overs, and what Sri Lanka has done well right throughout this tournament is to break through in the middle overs. They never let two set batters come into the last 10. They never let a team come into the last 10 with wickets in hand that they were able to launch. They just kept getting wickets, and that's the role. That's the role this man has played, Tarindu Ratnayaka. He's into his 10th over, he's got 3 wickets. And Dushan Hemanta. They have done this role brilliantly in the middle overs, getting wickets after the fast bowlers provide those breaks earlier on. But middle overs have been magnificent for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, in general, when batters don't take too much risk, it's difficult to get wickets, and that's why you have to admire the way Sri Lankan spinners bowled in tandem. They varied their pace, their length. And they have been very accurate. Persistence with line and length, and then timely variation resulting in wickets. Trying to play it fine. Liam McCarthy yet to open his account. Has taken 7 deliveries, 59 of 85, and looking ahead in this contest, they would want Morgan on strike more often than not. He has lobbed it down the ground straight to the throat of the fielder. Coming in from the boundary, Pawan taking the catch, and Tarindu picks up yet another wicket. Ireland is skittling along, 185 for 9.
This is brilliant stuff by Sri Lanka, but I'm very surprised with the approach of Liam McCarthy. What was he thinking? He's batting at number 10, and his whole role was to help Morgan Topping, who's on 59. He's going to run out of partners. He's used 8 deliveries, he's out without scoring, and Ireland A have lost wickets close to each other. 185 for 9. How silly was that shot?
Has lobbed it straight to the fielder. That's a very, very poor stroke offered with a set batter on 59. Morgan awaiting. They needed a partnership. They needed some support. Not given. But Tarindu has been outstanding. 4 for 33 in 10 overs. This has been a superb spell of spin bowling. Swept powerfully. Should be back for 2. Has it gone into the fence for 4? Welcome boundary for Morgan and Ireland.
Well, that's poor communication by the two fielders. The slog sweep. And finally, or at least not finally, Topping managing to split that gap. Both fielders coming around, and eventually neither had it. This is why Ireland should be hoping that Morgan Topping would have more of the strike. Foster needs to make sure that he plays that role, and see, he's starting to farm the strike. Well, in that last over, Liam McCarthy getting out was unnecessary.
Thrashing through the offside. He will take single this time around. It's a difficult equation in the sense he's taken 4 deliveries, 2 deliveries to be negotiated by Matthew, and that's where if they had 1 wicket extra, he could have taken more chances. Matthew Foster. Can he survive next 2 deliveries?
That should be the plan. The plan should be to survive. Yeah, I mean, exactly right. That's the message. That's the advice Morgan Topping should be giving the number 11. Just try and see these 2 deliveries out. Well bowled, cleverly bowled from round the wicket, bowled the wrong one.
Always difficult to execute a wrong one when you're going wide of the crease. That was superbly well bowled by Dishan. Hemant, the last delivery of his spell. Leg slip and slip. He's attacking. He's looking to attack the stumps. This has been another good spell in patches from Dushan Hemanta. 2 for 51 in 10 overs. Ireland A 190 for 9. Milan, who has been magnificent today, 2 for 16 in 6 overs, is the one who brought Sri Lanka back into the contest in the sense, not getting too many wickets in the power play overs, but he bowled the ideal line and length you would associate from a fast bowler on these kind of pitches. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant in his first spell. 3 men patrolling the boundary on the onside. Deep square, deep mid wicket and long on.
No.
Slower delivery.
Yeah, expect that with the short third, short point and short fine. He will mix it up, but he will generally look to bowl short of a length, maybe into the pitch, not full to Morgan Topping. He won't be giving him too much of pace to work with. It's Foster's opportunity when Milan Ratnayaka might want to go full and quicker when Foster is on strike.
No.
Slower delivery. Won't take a single. 2 bowlers who bowled into the pitch, Siraj and Milan. Milan getting the ball to bounce from goodish length.
Yeah, this is again a skill. You speak about bowling in different phases of the game. Now, he bowled in the middle overs, didn't bowl with the new ball, didn't bowl in the power play, but he's now back in the death over. So that is also a skill. That's quicker, well bowled. Mix it up.
No.
They don't want a second there. They'll be asking for trouble. Now let's see what they do to Foster. Matthew Foster comes on strike. Now will he push yes, they're going to push those fielders back. Midon comes into the circle. Is there going to be a slip? But certainly expect the Yorker. He's got a man very fine at fine leg, so inside edge. Third is quite fine as well. So inside edges are reasonably well covered. Expect the Yorker, expect the full delivery.
It's a full delivery, but not well kept by the wicketkeeper. He has executed a good Yorker.
Eli Rudara has been just a little bit off colour today. Had a few fumbles. And it certainly hurt him. Wicket keeping is not easy. You'll have all the inners. You'll have all the protections. But that's why keeping is an art. You got to just make sure that the ball just rests in your palm and doesn't hit your fingers too hard.
He's driving through the offside. It's a good shot. Should be back for two. Just a single. Takes just a single. Also, Roshan, he has to concentrate for 50 overs then. Then he comes out to open the batting for the side as well. Concentration in these hot and humid conditions. Played a few matches already. Sustaining that concentration, that mental clarity is a challenge. Tiredness, physical tiredness, one thing, but as a professional cricketer, you're supposed to be alert all the time. Nicely blocked. Matthews Foster survives, 46 bowled, 193 for 9. Search continues for the final wicket in this innings from Sri Lankan bowlers. Going with the pace now. Dilshan Madhushanka not getting any wicket today, none for 49 in 7 overs. Didn't bowl that fuller length deliveries in the first spell. There wasn't much swing available.
It's surprised that Shiraz has not been called on to bowl his final 2 overs. He bowled 8 on the trot, and it was a very good 8 overs on the money, but well, you'd expect a lot of slower deliveries with Morgan topping on strike, and with the field set with short third and short fine, and then you got those men at deep mid wicket and long on. Don't expect short deliveries. Bowl slower, fuller, maybe the Yorker.
No.
Good anticipation, good improvisation that time, but again not having enough pace. So another dot. These are useful deliveries, but Sri Lanka, as you said, will want to finish things off.
He's mixing up the pace of the deliveries, concentrating on those Yorker lengths around the 4th stump. We saw he bowled well in previous matches in the death overs, bowling with the new ball, bowling in the death overs, also providing wickets in the middle stage of the innings in the previous games, but not today. His search continues for his first wicket. Once again, that channel around the 4th stump, full and taking the pace off.
And also look at the length. All three deliveries have been full. He hasn't looked to bowl slow, short.
Yeah.
He's gone full. 1 delivery pace on, 2 delivery pace off. So it's very clear that Dilshan Madhushanka has a strategy here.
Beaten again. Subtle change in line of the attack.
Yeah, the plan has been to go full with Morgan topping on strike, bowl full and wide or bowl slower and full. Now 2 deliveries left in the over. Will Topping look to get a single Or will he look for a boundary and a single off the last ball? I'll be happy to get a single. That's sensible. Matthew Foster will have to see. Oh no, he does take the single. Yeah, so he will. Matthew Foster will have to see out the final delivery. This is over number 47, so they're down to the last 3 overs. At which point would Morgan Topping look to play a few shots?
Roshan, the way the thing's going, maybe in the last over, with 9 wickets down, 194 for 9, they should be thinking about getting to 215, 220. Good Yorker. Bunted down the pitch along the carpet, but he's not willing to take singles. So Morgan will have the strike on 67. Ireland A, 194 for 9.
$194 for 9. We're down to the last 3. Ireland has done well to drag this innings this long. There was a time that they didn't look like batting out the 50 overs or getting to 150. That partnership was excellent. And well, I was waiting for this time. Will they take 2? They are coming for 2. That's good running eventually. Yeah, Morgan Topping will have to decide that hanging in there and playing dots are not going to help. You need to be a little bit aggressive, need to show a bit of intent, need to search for runs.
Sweeper on the offside on the boundary. They're dropping the men on the boundary at the long off position, around 10 yards inside the boundary ropes. Scooped away. 1 bounce, 2 bounce, and into defense for 4. Good innovative stroke from Morgan.
Well, this is where batting is at the moment in the modern game, isn't it? You won't even think of a shot like that as in the good old days, as people call it. But now the game has evolved so much. Morgan Topping gets the 200 for Ireland with that boundary. Look at how he moves across the crease and then beautifully does it. I think Milan Ratnayaka played into his hands by going full. And that was just a help. Brilliant batting, brilliant innovation.
Goes again. This time the fielder settles underneath and he takes the catch. Trying to find a boundary. He has been caught. So Ireland all out for 200.
But not before. Fine innings from Morgan Topping, making 73. And Milan Ratnayaka was smart, knowing that the previous delivery was pace on. And he was anticipating Morgan Topping going in that direction, looking for the scoop. Took a lot of pace off that time. And he is caught by Ratnayaka. Caught Ratnayaka, bowled Ratnayaka. That's nice. That is Tarindu Ratnayaka. No pace at all. He had to make the pace. He had to create the space. Fairly simple chance to the man at short fine leg. And Ireland Wolves have been dismissed for 200. That's another look as to how Tarindu Ratnayaka gobbled it. Which means Sri Lanka A will need 201 to clinch the Explore Afghanistan Tri-Nation Series trophy, which is powered by Super Cola.
They've been absolutely brilliant. After winning the toss and deciding to bowl first, they utilized the conditions exceedingly well. The tone was set up by the fast bowlers bowling accurately. They may not have got wickets in the power play overs, but overall, they exercised control throughout this innings. and spinners coming along and running havoc in the middle overs. It's been another dominating display.
Island Wolves innings. Sri Lanka winning the toss and inviting them to bat first, and they started off in a very positive note.
Yeah, in first 10 overs, just losing 1 wicket, and they kept exploring different areas of the ground, particularly playing well with the tide, with the swing, some lovely strokes in front of squares. On the offside, on the onside, some delicate strokes through the onside. Just using the pace and a lovely cover drive as well. From the right and better. And playing well on the pitch. And then everything was going according to the plan. Milan got one to right and was held. And losing wickets right after the power play overs. When you lose 3 quick wickets, you ask for trouble.
Yeah, what Sri Lanka did very well was they kept pegging away. Some great efforts on the field, some of them going to hand, some of them didn't. And this was the wicket of De Freitas. The partnership was broken, and then it was Jordan Neal's turn to be dismissed. Adair came in, played some big hits. But the Sri Lankan spinners were good. Tushan Hemanta got to the act. Slog sweeps are very effective and very well used by the Irish batters, and runs started to flow.
Yeah, they were partnership building, courtesy some good positive strokes, getting some boundaries away as well. When the momentum was building, Sri Lanka kept finding ways of getting wickets, changing the bowlers, timely changes of the bowlers, and that resulted in more control. And then, spinners coming on, and Rosa Dare was dismissed, looking for driving stroke, losing 3 wickets in quick succession. When Tom is using the long handle once again, hitting few sixes, lusty strokes, and employing the reverse as well, lifting over mid-on. The partnership was once again building. Ireland batted well in patches, but not consistently throughout the course of 50 overs. Once again, not quite playing out the full court of 50 overs. It's been a disappointing campaign from batting perspective, especially against the spin bowlers. Dushant and Tharindu doing a lot of damage. Whenever they needed wickets, they had the bowlers to claim wickets. So an outstanding effort in the bowling department from Sri Lanka. And you needed McCarthy to stay at the crease. He played one straight into the hands of the fielder at the long on region. A boundary through that reverse scoop, and then trying to do the same. Morgan Toppings was dismissed, got a short fine. So that's how the innings
All right, Sri Lanka A need 201 to win the final of this Explore Afghanistan Tri-Nation Series 2025 powered by Super Cola. The batters walking out in the middle and the fielders from Island Wolves. They will think that their batters have let them down. Haven't put a lot or probably enough on this track, which we know traditionally in the last 6 matches have started behaving better in the second innings. But it's not over till it's over. Island Wolves will believe that they can pull this off. They have strengthened their bowlers, bowling attack with the 4 fast bowlers. And it will be one big task if they could pull this off. Sri Lankan batters, however, will know that they have plenty of time out in the middle, as I'm joined by my co-commentator, Shoaib Ahmed. What do you make of this?
Well, I still feel that Sri Lanka still have a very good chance of winning this game. They are in the driver's seat. Their batting has clicked, and if they can repeat that performance today, they will get to this 201 runs. Having said that, I think there is some juice in this game left for Island Wolves. If they can get early wickets, they will definitely fancy defending this total down. Lahiru Udara has been in a rich vein of form. He'll be facing the first ball, and it's going to be Tom Mays to bowl the first delivery.
Straight away down to the third region, down to the final league region, and before.
It's come off the bat, which means runs straight away for Lahiru and for Sri Lanka A as well. A bit too straight from Mays. And Lahiru Udara guides it and guides it fine for 4 runs. Ideal start for Sri Lanka A.
Yeah, well, you called it right. Tom Mays has bowled well throughout this Tri-Nation Series. He's sitting at number 5 as for the top wicket takers of this Tri-Nation Series are concerned. But the last 2 deliveries been a little bit wayward towards the leg side. First one going for the boundary, second one going for just a run. He just needs to bowl into the tight channel. And I tell you what, right hand, left hand combination is not going to make it easier for you while you're bowling. Kamil Mishara, who batted brilliantly against Afghan Abdalian in the last match, has been the partner once again alongside Lahiru Udara, who is the second top scorer of this Tri-Nation Series. Two slips. Again, that line. He is bowling to his body. You will rather want to bowl into the off-stump channel, having 2 slip fielders over there.
Now that was a good delivery for a right-handed batter. Not so good for the left-handed Kamil.
That tells me you want to see the glass half full. Still a good delivery, but if it's only that the batter is a right-handed batter. Yeah, this is better. This is better. That teasing line, the corridor of uncertainty, almost an edge into the hand of those fielders waiting.
Now we saw quite a few deliveries like that from the Sri Lankan fast bowlers. Tom Mays has pulled another brilliant delivery. He needs to bowl that line and that length on a consistent basis. If you can get it right, there is some purchase for the fast bowlers in this wicket. And first 10 overs are going to be very crucial with the new ball.
Yeah, that's better. I mean, he's the top wicket taker for Ireland. He's taken 7 wickets in this Tri-Nation Series. His economy's been under 5. This is what you will want, defending 201. And he's got the best of 40 for 3. It would be great if he could better that on this big final day.
Yeah, he has been the pick of the bowlers for Island Wolves along with Gavin Hoy. So you expect him to deliver in a big final on a platform like this.
Yeah, down the leg side again, wide. He's erring his line. You will tell maybe the nerves of the final game.
Yeah, nerves, and he spent some time out in the middle with the bat. So he might just be a bit exhausted, and that clearly is evident from the way he is bowling. Looks a little tired, but he needs to pull his socks up because a lot rides on his shoulders for Ireland Wolves.
Now outside the off stump with an offer and slashed for 4.
And not the best of deliveries, and Kamil pounces on that like the Sri Lankan lion. End of the first over, expensive over this one, 10 runs off it.
A flying start for Sri Lanka A, chasing only a modest target of 201 in this final match of Tri-Nation Series 2025, powered by Super Cola. And we will see how Tom Mays has bowled. You brought up a good point. He looked tired. He put together a good partnership. He batted nicely. But it is a very hot day out in the middle, so it certainly wouldn't be as easy to come back. Liam McCarthy will start with the new ball from the other end.
Quick single taken on the very first ball. And this is where Sri Lanka A have been really good. Not only with the boundary scoring opportunities, but they have kept themselves busy. Even in the first 10 overs, they've shown the intent of taking quick singles whenever available, which has been missing from the other teams.
Yeah, well, but that point you brought out, the 86-run partnership that Tom Mays put together with Morgan Topping for the wicket number 8. So he was for quite a long time out in the middle. And what Ireland would want from Tom Mays, of course he's batted nicely because the top order was not able to deliver. But they will now want from him to deliver with the ball.
Yeah, it is one of the hottest days in the series. It's never been so hot. The temperature has been rising as the days have progressed. So today, too, when the match was, when it started, it was really hot, and they take a quick single. And like you mentioned, Tom Mays were out there giving company to Morgan Topping, and he batted really well. So that must have taken a toll on his body, but he needs to bounce back from that. He needs to give it his all, which I'm sure he will, because it's a very important fixture, this one, and his performance is going to be very important.
You know, interesting it is to see how Liam McCarthy bowls. You can see a different energy. You can see a bit of freshness as compared to Tom Mays. Maybe we are a little too hard on Tom Mays. Maybe it was just the first over and hoping that he should be coming back. But look at how Liam McCarthy straight away has been bowling into that corridor. And that is what the Irish bowlers have done throughout this Explore Afghanistan Tri-Nation Series.
Yeah, the fast bowlers definitely have done well, pretty okay.
Well, I mean, having qualified to the final, I would rather say better than okay, because they restricted Afghanistan to only 172. And they should be pretty happy with the way they bowled. And that was the reason why they gave their batters a chance to be able to chase it down inside 23 overs to improve their net run rate. And it's the reason why now they are playing the final against Sri Lanka that has been unbeaten throughout this Tri-Nation Series. And bowling into the right channel. Wicket to wicket and outside the off stump.
Yeah, Tom Mays, Liam. We've also seen Jordan Neal bowl with the ball. So they've definitely done well as a unit and have improved as the series progressed. They've gotten together as a unit. They've got well-defined roles now. And everyone is contributing, which is good to watch.
Yeah, they will want to improve on one area, that is extras. Unfortunately, while their bowlers been bowling into the right areas, At times they have given away a lot of extras. If you remember the first match that Ireland and Sri Lanka were playing, they gave 18 wides and 2 no balls. And that's one area that they need to improve as well. It's been a learning curve as for this Tri-Nation Series is concerned. That's it, and is it taken? I think they have put down, you could, oh, it's taken! No celebration, very quiet.
Well, it is confusing, but I think it's not carried to the slip fielder. He just went all the way to get something and he's come back. So let's look at the replay. It'll give us a better picture.
That's not fair. He's playing with us. He's showing, he didn't carry. Now we have a better angle and we can tell it didn't carry. But for a moment I thought it carried. And then when he started walking, he was only just checking something on his bat. Kamil Mishara, look at that. Anyone will think that he's out. What a shot that is from Kamil Mishara.
Beautiful drive on the up. Exquisite timing. And Tom Mays continues to be expensive. A little too full, a little too close to Kamil. And he drives it. Let's look at that. Great use of hands. Good balance. Doesn't try to hit it too hard. And gets 4 runs.
Yeah, well, you bring a good point again about Tom Mays. Is it that they may want to give Matthew Foster, wow, what a ball that is. Finally bowling into that right corridor. I believe that was going down the leg side, but that is a good comeback after being hit for 4.
Yeah, I think the height was a concern there, but yes, like you pointed out, a very good delivery on the stumps, finishing on the stumps, and it's got some extra bounce on that.
Yeah, just to mention that point, Matthew Foster is also playing today, and he came back really good in the second match. Bowled brilliantly, didn't give away a lot of runs. Again, full and hit too hard. Even the fielder at the cover could not stop it, and still a single.
I don't think the fielder at covers was trying to stop that because it was hit straight at him. He just found himself in the line of that shot, and the ball ricocheting off him towards mid-off. Luckily, it doesn't go all the way for 4. Let's look at that again.
Well, maybe if we could see how he is reacting, because this is gone like a bullet. I like the way you put it, finding himself in the way of that ball. It can hurt. Again, down the leg side, easy run.
Yes, Tom Mays hasn't looked his usual best today until now. Hopefully that can change. He's been bowling on both sides of the wicket, and that left-hand, right-hand combination also not working in his favour. They've still got 2 slips in place, which tells you that they believe in Tom Mays. Although he's been expensive, they know that the only way they can win this game is by being attacking and by taking wickets.
This is better, and this is the wicket. This is the breakthrough. Tom Mays, you called it. The trust is paid off, and he's provided the first breakthrough.
What a delivery that was. Just took off from the wicket. We saw that there was some extra bounce in the first innings, and it continues to be there in the second as well. First wicket down for Sri Lanka A. It's Kamil Mishara will be walking back after scoring 10 of 9. It's 19 for 1. So let's look at that again. That wicket of Kamil Mishara trying to cut that too close to his body. Some extra bounce on that as well. And a simple catch taken behind the stumps. As Tom Mays strikes. Sam Topping completing the catch with the gloves in his hand.
Nuwanindu Fernando, who was the skipper, stand-in skipper in that match against Afghanistan, scored a half century, 51. He was looking for runs, and he's got some runs now in the last match. Before that, hadn't been able to score plenty. Now, has he found his rhythm? Has he found his form? Two slip fielders waiting for an edge. And that's again down the leg side. Straight away, Nuwanindu Fernando opens his account.
I just feel that Tom Mays has not utilized that new ball well so far, but he's got a wicket in that over. Hopefully, he can build on that. 3 overs, 20 for 1.
Ireland Wolves get the first breakthrough. That too, courtesy, brilliant delivery from Tom Mays. It just took off. And Kamil Mishar has been sent back into the dugout. Lahiru Udara and Nuwanindu out in the middle. And Nuwanindu will face Liam McCarthy. That's driven and driven beautifully. Will that reach all the way to the boundary? Yes, it will.
Well, he continues from where he left off in the previous game. Nuwanindu with that drive will feel that he is middling the ball really nicely. Just look at that. Great foot movement, great balance, superb hand-eye coordination, plays it right underneath his eyes and places it in the gap as well.
I think it was a touch fuller, why I say, because compared to the length that he will have wanted that drive on to create that outside edge, it was a little fuller. This is better. Good leave, good game altogether. Brilliantly bowled, equally well left.
Yeah, it goes to show that Nuwanindu is in the right frame of mind, and I hope for his sake that he can build on that innings, because that innings has given him the confidence that he needs. And with those runs behind his back, he'll look to cash in on this form in this game as well.
Good bowling. Liam McCarthy sticking to that wicket to wicket and outside the off-stump corridor. Now, we talked about the Ireland Wolves bowlers, and their fast bowlers in particular have been very tidy as far bowling into the right channel is concerned. Yes, they have bowled certain wides or at times no balls, but they have come back really good. And they have hit right areas and have troubled the batters. In previous matches, in the first match in particular, the Ireland Wolves bowlers went through the top order of Sri Lanka A. This is high in the air. That will be away from the reach of the wicketkeeper and will run down to the boundary.
Well, unlucky for Liam McCarthy, because that was a well-directed bouncer. It says leg buys. That means there's no bat involved. It will be interesting to see where that hit. Was it on the helmet? Because it carried all the way behind the keeper. Let's look at that again. That short ball right on the helmet. Brilliant execution of the short delivery.
Yeah, it can't be better than that. If you are the bowler, right, you aim at the chest and the helmet, just hoping that in the process it will glove come into play. But the protocol now, that concussion protocol will be done. Checking the helmet first and then checking the person who's wearing that helmet.
I think it's the other way. Checking the person first and then the helmet.
Doesn't matter.
Of course, the person matters more than the helmet. The player matters more, but yes, they're just ensuring that Nuwanindu is fine, and if the helmet is reusable, because it also states that if it's been hit on the helmet, there could be a chance you need to change it.
Is it not at times for certain people their kits are so precious? They will first want to see their kit and say, check my helmet. Is it good enough or not? Because you sometimes get used to certain kit things and you want to just use that and you feel comfortable with that. All right, back in action. Liam McCarthy will continue to bowl. Now he's bowled a good short pitch. Will that push Novanindo on the back foot?
Definitely works on the mind of the batter once you've been hit on the helmet. It does distract you for a bit, but good batters, good cricketers, they know how to come back. They know how to refocus. And Nuanindu, I'm sure, will want to leave that behind and recalibrate.
8 runs have come off this over. Liam McCarthy, but it's been on the money. Once again, aerial, but safe. He will not reach the boundary, but for a moment, maybe he will have had his heart in the mouth.
Yeah, risky. That was a risky shot. Cover fielder a few yards to his left would have been a different scenario altogether. 4 overs, 30 for 1.
Tom Mays will continue. Solitary wicket to him and to Island Wolves. And they will be very happy if they could get another in that too of Lahiru Udara. That's some bounce. Troubling the batter, extra bounce.
Yeah, this is why Tom Mays holds the key. He's a tall, lanky fast bowler and he's got the ability to extract bounce, extra bounce from the wicket. He bends his back, he uses his shoulder, and he doesn't look all that pacey, but he is quite quick.
Doesn't look that pacey. Go and face him. He looks pacey, I tell you. But not to Lahiru Udara. Sends it down for the boundary. Nicely pushed, punched for 4.
Yeah, that's a very good shot. Just waited for that ball that looked like a slower delivery and placed it in the gap as well. Lahiru Udara, he's middling everything.
Why not? He scored 160 runs before this match. Sitting number 3 on the most scores in this Tri-Nation series to his name. Almost a catch. Couldn't hold on to it, Tom Mays. That will have been a big breakthrough.
Just playing a bit too early. And in the air, almost got his hand onto it. In fact, he did get his fingers onto the ball, but was not able to hold it.
It's never easy in your follow-through to hold on to the catches. And this time around, it was a little far from his reach. Bowlers at times are just busy finishing their run-up and have delivered the delivery, not expecting the ball come back at them. Interesting over this. A 4 in a chance. A very tough chance. Maybe if it is or not can be discussed. It's been a good fight between Lahiru Udara and Tom Mays in this over.
Tom Mays, he's definitely improved the way he's bowled in his 3rd over.
Good bowling, equally well played. Solid in defense, Lahiru Udara.
He's technically very sound, Lahiru. And he's got all the shots in the book. So he's a proper top order bat. The skills that you expect from a batter. He's composed, he's organized, and he's got the right frame of mind.
As if he was listening to you, he was jumping. We are talking about you, Lahiru Udara. And he's a funny man as well. His teammates love him. You teach him different kinds of things and you don't want to know what. After 5 overs, it's 34 for 1 Sri Lanka A.
Well, 5 overs bowled, 5 more in the power play yet to come. Liam McCarthy has bowled well. Quite a few times already we've seen this, that the ball has been lobbed in the air by the batters. Does tend to show that this wicket has got some extra bounce. And to talk about that, I've been joined by Devinder. Devinder, welcome.
Thank you, Shoaib, and thank you to everyone tuning into this broadcast once again. Ball stopping onto the batter. There is area around 6 to 7 meter where the ball is holding into the pitch. We saw in the first innings as well. Milan getting that extra bounce, and in this innings it's quite evident. He's getting that extra lift from both sides of the pitch. We saw Tom is getting the ball to bounce, and it's Liam trying to do the same. So they have identified the areas from where they think that they can cause some trouble to the Sri Lankan pair in the middle.
Yeah, and they didn't have to try and find it too hard. They saw the first innings and how the Sri Lankan fast bowlers bowled. They just have to replicate that hard length. That's where the ball is doing a bit of this wicket. And they continue to pepper that length. It's going to be tough for the Sri Lankan batters to score runs.
Learning from mistakes. The Irish bowlers, when they were pulverized in one of the game, when they were looking to get the ball to swing and get wickets. So making that change, looking into that factor, what transpired in the first innings. So they have identified a typical traditional test match line and length. And they think that if they stick to the process, wicket will come. Turn away. With the tide, we'll take a single.
It's going to be interesting to see how the fast bowlers respond on this wicket for the Ireland Wolves. The likes of Liam McCarthy, Tom Mays, they've got Jordan Neal who can bowl as well. Matthew Foster, and then the spin of the captain, Gavin Hoy.
Pulled it quite well. One bounce into the fence for 4.
What a shot. It was just a bit short, not too much, but enough for Udara to get on the top of the bounce and got it behind square as well. Placement perfect.
Caribbean flavor in the execution of that stroke, the Nataraj stroke. Kapil Dev was quite good at, the former Indian captain, World Cup winning captain and all-rounder. Straight to the fielder. He timed it well, but couldn't place the ball into the gap. 5 runs from the over, 6 bowled, 39 for 1. It's a hot day, but it's windy now. 39 for 1 in 6 overs in the chase, Sri Lanka A. So far unbeaten in the competition. He's been good. Nunindu, 8 of 12 in the previous opportunity as well. Looking to play defensively. Lahiru, 15 of 16. Only 162 to win from 263 deliveries. That's a liberty for the batters to take all the time they want to take to assess the conditions and bat according to their wish. They don't have to take that aggressive route.
Well, he's taken the aggressive route, not heeding to Devinder's call. And that's in the air for a simple catch. Nuvanindu will be so disappointed with that. It was not needed on a wicket that's got some extra bounce on it. Mistimes and perishes.
Wicket falling against the run of play. There was no need to go for that expansive stroke, looking to loft it down the ground. miscuing it, not quite getting the timing that he needed. Fernando is dismissed for 8. And Ireland receiving their second wicket. They are staging a comeback, 39 for 1. 2 now. Getting a little bit of extra lift, also ball holding into the pitch, hence mistimed stroke and a simple, comfortable catch at the mid-off position. So, 39 for 2. In comes the skipper, Sadira Samaravikrama. He's been absolutely fantastic. Great consistency, great captaincy, and his services are required now.
Yes, all eyes on this superstar of a cricketer, Sadira Samaravikrama. Mighty impressed with the way he's batted and the way he's led the side. Can he do that today one more time in this big final? On his able shoulders, the responsibility of chasing this total down. An aggressive captaincy from the Ireland Wolves as well. And I say that because you'll see it momentarily. They've got 3 slips in place for Tom Mays. And they've got a point fielder as well, who's pretty close, up close, not on the 30-yard circle. So they're trying to attack Sadira Samaravikrama.
Plenty of men in catching position. Excellent delivery, huge appeal for LBW, and the finger has gone up. Sadira Samaravikrama is dismissed. Tom Mays with yet another wicket. Sri Lanka slowly getting into trouble. 39 for 3 now.
Well, back-to-back wickets. Lahiru cannot believe it. He was standing at the non-striking end and he's just seen his skipper come and go. It's a first ball duck for Sadira Samaravikrama, and Ireland Wolves will cherish this success. 39 for 3. Let's look at that again. Oh, it's hit on the back leg. And it was rising. But the finger has been raised. And back-to-back wickets for Tom Mays. And he's got the big wicket, the big fish. Sadira Samaravikrama. Devinder, twist in the tail.
It's a huge blow to Sri Lankan team. The team that's been so consistent, delivering all goods in all departments. They have been tested now. 2 quick wickets. 39 for 3. Top order back in the pavilion. They're utilizing these conditions to great effect now. The Irish bowling attack. It's about making the new ball count, and they have been delivering the blows to Sri Lankan team. 3 slips. A wait. Man at the third on the boundary, fine leg on the boundary on the onside. Looking to attack the stumps. Good bowling from Tom Mays.
He was on a hat-trick and had to attack the stumps. He did that, but Sahan, he was very watchful, and rightly so. Sri Lanka, from a very good start, have faltered and have lost their skipper in the process. This is the opening. This is the situation. This is the ideal position Ireland Wolves would want themselves to be, where they've put Sri Lanka on 39 for 3. Can they maintain this strong position? We spoke about this. Roshan highlighted the fact that you get to good positions, but can you maintain it is the big question.
Full delivery and just punch down the ground for a single. We understand the value of coming out of these situations by running well between the wickets. This has been tremendous comeback from Ireland Wolves at one stage. At the completion of the first innings, we thought that Sri Lanka, for them, trophy is to be taken home. They dominated with the ball, but what a tremendous response from Irish bowling attack. Tom is once again rising to the occasion, taking 3 for 22. Watchfully played. Sri Lankans have been forced to play defensively. 7 overs gone, 40 for 3.
Liam has been a good partner to Tom Mays. Yes, he's got 3 wickets, but Liam on the other end has built pressure, hasn't given away anything. He's bowling the right areas and troubling the batters. 3 slips in place for Liam now. Oh, and that's a teasing length. Sahan looking to prod at that. Luckily, no bat involved.
It's teasing. It's been persistent. It's probing line around the off stump, searching for that outside edge. He's got 3 slips in position for that, and a misadventure from the batter. With new batter at the crease, it's good that Sri Lanka attacking. They know that the only way rather than Ireland attacking, they know that the only way to win this game by taking all the 10 wickets. They got 4 options in pace bowling. And we have seen in the first innings, throughout the innings, the ball moving, doing something of the surface. It's a sporting pitch. There is something for everyone. But there is a lot on offer when it comes to, if you want to make it count, if you bowl the process, you may go on to win as well as a bowling unit.
That definitely is going to be the belief in that Ireland Wolves camp here now, especially since they've got 3 wickets, 3 top order batters in the dugout. Sahan Arachige, he's not got enough game time in the middle. And then they've got Pawan and Milan yet to come. Dushant Hemanta can bat as well. So this middle order has not been tested. And Ireland Wolves will definitely fancy putting some pressure on the batters of Sri Lanka A.
Full delivery, full toss, stroked away for a couple. This ground has been witness to the rise of Irish cricket, limited overs cricket, and Afghanistan cricket as well over the years. Afghanistan Cricket Board signing a contract for 5 years to host all their matches, A matches at the Zayed Cricket Stadium at Tolerance Oval. Wonderful facilities. And credit should be given to the pitch curator for providing sporting services. That's where your real skills are tested. And that's why it's important to note that throughout the series we saw something for everyone, a proper test. And when you're into development stage, you want that thing. And another excellent delivery from Liam McCarthy. They're cherishing the opportunity of bowl in these conditions. And Sri Lanka are wobbling now. 4 down.
Well, probing length, and Liam finally has been rewarded for his disciplined bowling. Sahan Arachige, faint edge, and the catch taken by Sam Topping. Sri Lanka A in all sorts of trouble now, 42 for 4.
Irish pacers are breathing fire here. Look at this. Another magnificent delivery coming from around the wicket. Angle into the batter, moving off the surface of the outside edge. Classical dismissal from round the wicket. He's bowled a good channel and eventually he has been rewarded. He's celebrating. So are the Irish fans back in Ireland. This has been tremendous turnaround after that game against Afghanistan.
Oh, absolutely. The credit has to go to these two bowlers, Liam McCarthy and Tom Mays. What a turnaround of events. What a game we are witnessing here at the Zayed Cricket Stadium. And look at the emotions. Look at the emotions change from dugout to dugout. Tense faces now in the Sri Lanka dugout, and rightly so. 8 overs bowled, 42 for 4.
Sri Lanka in the chase, 42 for 4. Yes, you heard it right, 42 for 4. Tom Hayes to continue, 3 for 22. Nicely worked through the onside, that's the way forward. It's pushing the ball into the gap. Strike rotation, that's what helps Sri Lanka throughout the competition, bailing themselves out of trouble situation at times. In the series, though they dominated, but there were passages of play where they needed to rotate a strike.
This game is a perfect example of that age-old saying that it's not over until it's over. Just remember how Ireland Wolves batted and fought and got to 200, gave their bowlers something to fight, and now the bowlers have stepped up to the occasion. Sri Lanka well and truly on the back foot. Udara, the senior partner, who's been there for 18 deliveries, has seen his partners come and go, is now constantly communicating with Pawan. And I think that's more to do because the bowlers, the way they are bowling, it's important that Lahiru tries to inform Pawan of how the ball is moving and how the pitch is faring.
Great accuracy from both the fast bowlers, looking to keep the wickets in play. Got a subtle change in line around the off stump, looking to just hold the line of the delivery. They've been searching for the outside edge for quite some time, and they've been rewarded as well in the process. Tom Mays once again delivering goods, 3 for 23. Outstanding figures. We're talking about utilizing the conditions, utilizing the importance of the new ball, and he has delivered great things. Well left. He's teasing, he's testing. He's checking the patience.
And we spoke about Tom Mays and how he bowled that first over. He was a little off target and looked like he was exhausted, but then he's made a strong comeback in the second and the third and the fourth over, getting wickets, and has grown in confidence as he's bowled.
Searching for that connection outside the off stump. Wickets to fall. Angle away from the left-hander. A little bit of extra bounce ball holding into the pitch. Poor stroke. Bringing one back into the right-hander. Getting the ball to move off the seam. Wicket with one going away, one coming back, and one just holding into the pitch. Full.
Out of the four, I think Nuwanindu's wicket will hurt them the most because that was just a wicket thrown away. 9 overs, 43 for 4.
Liam McCarthy into his fifth over. Another great delivery. Lahiru is gone. Sri Lanka now 5 down for 43.
Inside edge and could have gone anywhere. Liam McCarthy has managed to take Lahiru Udar out of the equation. Crashes into the stumps as the ball takes the edge. And Sri Lanka are tottering on 43 for 5 in a run chase of 201. They are in trouble.
Sri Lanka a rock back. Indecision created. The delivery which was holding its line. Wanted to play, wanted to leave. In confusion.
Yeah, you're right. He did neither. He didn't play, he didn't leave. Was caught somewhere in the middle. And the ball hitting the stumps. Half the team back in the dugout. If you would have told me that the score is going to be 43 for 5 inside the 10 overs, in the break in the second innings, I would have not believed you for all money. But this is what the game is all about. This is what we love about this sport. Just entertainment at the next level. Excellent bowling. Bowling of the highest caliber from Ireland Wolves.
Continuing to challenge. We've been talking about exploiting the conditions. And they did not do anything extraordinary, Ireland bowlers. Recognizing the area to land the deliveries. And they did exceedingly well. They bowled with great patience, kept bowling, kept plugging away, and eventually finding wickets in the process without doing anything extraordinary. Patience, discipline, accuracy, rewarded already. Drifting down the leg side.
That'll be a wide. And good keeping by Sam Topping. He's done really well behind the stumps. He's thrown himself on the right hand side and has ensured that he doesn't give anything away. And you need somebody like that behind the stumps who is energetic, who is involved in the game, and who backs you all throughout.
Almost chopping that one onto the stumps. Short lifting delivery. Sri Lankan cricket is known for the resilience about comebacks. Can they win this game from this situation? If someone goes on to get fighting 50, he will be noticed. His performances will be noticed. We've been talking about the extra bounce. He was very, very lucky that on that occasion. Milan.
Shot ball and pulled well. Milan will get off the mark with a 4, short of authority.
Just dropping it short. Into the pitch, came slowly off the surface, picked it from well outside the off stump. Hit it behind square, also making conscious effort to keep it down and away from that fielder at a square position. Full delivery, driving it down the ground and driving it quite well. Good timing. Has he pulled it back?
Well, just at the last moment, just when the ball was about to kiss the ropes, it was stopped and pushed inside. Let's look at that again. Good effort. He had to bend down. He's a tall man, Matthew Foster. And he's ensured that he keeps it inside. I think it's a good save. Just ensuring that the tag team effort is clean. I'm trying to zoom in now. Yeah, from the looks of it, it seems like he's pushed it inside just in time.
Hits him on the pad. Appeal for LBW. This time it's not entertained by the umpire. This has been a devastating power play from bowling perspective. 51 for 5. Devastation. It's not a disaster. It's not a disaster. Sri Lanka have been decimated. Let's see. Good, accurate, fast bowling from Irish bowlers. 51 for 5 after 10 overs. We're looking for a partnership. To build a partnership in the commentary box, I've been joined by Roshan Abhisinghe.
Hello, Devinder, and a very good afternoon to everybody. And I think full marks to Ireland. The power play, the first power play is done and dusted, but I like Ireland's approach. They're keeping their fielders within the 30-yard circle. They're having 2 slips. There is no reason for them to go defensively here. They can see an opportunity and they need to take it. Well, we spoke about they're not playing first-class cricket enough. We spoke about how they have struggled to understand situations. But I'll tell you what, everything is thrown out of the window. They have been simply magnificent with the ball in hand. Full marks to them, no ball. So that is a gift for Sri Lanka. Tom Mays has been brilliant with his control and the free hit. In fact, Tom Mays has been very good with the new ball, but it's Foster, Matthew Foster, and he goes over the top, gone all the way for 6. That will settle the nerves of Milan Ratnayaka a little bit. That was a gift.
Well, they've been probing and prodding around, looking to take the attack to the opposition. Pitched up delivery and beautifully lofted it down the ground, straight down the ground for 6. Superb timing. Counter-attack is the way forward. That's what they believe. Forcing stroke off the back foot. Another fine stroke from elegant left-hander.
Well, they're looking to do the right thing. And what I mean by the right thing is pouncing on anything loose. They're not just going to be playing too defensively. But having said that, they don't have the license to go after the bowling of every delivery, but that's nicely done. Up on his toes, short and wide, and hammered away through point. This is good. They're looking to counter punch the Irish bowlers, but you got to see which one will blink first.
Pulled powerfully. One bounce and into the fence for 4. So they started to play some shots. 6 and 2 fours already from this over.
Yeah, that free hit was the giveaway as far as Milan Ratnayaka was concerned. He's playing a little cameo here. Sri Lanka will be hoping he can carry on because he's got a very solid partner in Pawan Ratnayaka at the other end. Matthew Foster, he's conceded 15 runs of his first 4 deliveries. Now the field changes. Now the 2 fielders go out of the 30-yard circle, and that's a psychological victory for Sri Lanka because one of the slips also leave. So that they will now start to breathe a little bit more because the fielders closing in have dispersed. One of the slips have gone away, but it's a long way off from the mark for Sri Lanka A. Driving through extra cover, might be looking for 2, and they'll get 2.
This has been brilliant in this over from Milan.
Go boys, hey, work hard, all of us, come on.
17 runs already. They needed that moment to shift gears, the no ball, the freedom that he got to hit one down the ground. 2 boundaries, square of the wicket on the offside and onside. .133 more runs required. Deep square and fine leg on the boundary. Pulled straight to the men at the deep square for a single. 18 from Matthew Foster over. 11 gone. 69 for 5.
Sammy, lid.
Captain inform or ball of change?
Glorious looking. Zayed Cricket Stadium is hosting the final of the Explore Afghanistan Tri-Nation Series 2025 being powered by Super Cola. 3 teams participating. Afghanistan going home. It's Sri Lanka A versus Ireland A in the final. Sri Lanka haven't lost a single match coming into this final. Ireland with that imposing victory against Afghanistan qualifying on the net run rate into the final. Gavin, who has been taking wickets consistently in this tournament, the captain of the side, into the attack.
Gavin Hoy, he's provided wickets for the Irish Wolves. Now, how critical is his role going to be? Can he be as effective as he's been in the past? Penetration is needed at the moment. He's got a good field set. Bit surprised he doesn't have a slip. I'd love to see him bowl with a slip just to create a bit of pressure. These are the Sri Lankan innings, the power play. They started off well. Some lovely drives from both openers, Kamil Mishara, and then got a bit of bounce. And Noni Fernando got off the mark with a pleasing drive, then knock on the helmet. Some full shots as well. And then that missed time.
We got a slip in position, working through the onside, will take a single. That's where Sri Lankans will be slightly better, using feet against the spin bowlers, which was missing when Irish batters were in the middle.
Catch it, boys, catch it.
Yeah, they
Come
need
on,
a partnership,
hard,
isn't it?
come on. Let's go,
Pawan
Gav,
Ratnayaka
let's
has a
go.
role to play, and his role is to stabilize the innings. Let's see what Milan Ratnayaka would do against the leg spinner. Not looking at an all-out attack here. You've got to be sensible. You've got to be smart. If you're part of the batting unit, Ireland, on the other hand, got to go for the kill. They got to go for the wickets.
You have to be selective when you lose so many wickets, especially thrashed in front of the square on the offside. A lot of wood onto it. There is a fumble that will prompt the batter to come back for the second run.
See, I like the role of Milan Ratnayaka and what he's trying to do. He is looking to attack anything loose. This is a very sensible innings, and that puts the bowler under some pressure. Now we've seen Gavin Hoy dropping it short, and he rocked on the back foot. So what will be the response here? Good finish to the over from Gavin Hoy. Nicely looped. 12 done, 73 for 5.
Come here, Jordo.
What's happening, Peter?
Jordan into the attack. 73 for 5. Last couple of overs quite good from Sri Lankan perspective to stage a comeback. Milan playing a good counter-attacking innings, 27 of 16 already.
Keep coming here, George. Lovely, Jordo.
Would you have given extended spell to Tom Mason and McCarthy, given the fact that 5 wickets down, get 1 wicket here, things would be different?
Well, that's a big decision the captain has to make, but he's also got 4 seamers in his side. So there is a role that every seamer has to play. Matthew Foster, unfortunately, went for runs in that over.
Nice, George.
So the skipper Gavin Hoy would have expected a good follow-up on the part of the supporting bowlers Jordan Neal and Matthew Foster, just to maintain the pressure of what we saw from the opening bowlers, Tom Mays and Liam McCarthy. Unfortunately, that over, going for runs, has just given Sri Lanka a little bit more breathing space. But I still believe that this surface is very battable. It's not a surface that's having too much of terrors on it. Yes, the Irish bowlers bowl well. So we do know in cricket that there are certain phases that you got to give it to the bowler. You got to, allow a little bit of respect. That's how players of repute play this game. When Ireland was on top, Sri Lanka needed to just make sure that the damage is minimal. I like what Jordan Neal is trying to do. He's just following up on what McCarthy and Tom Mayers did by pitching the ball up. searching for movement. Well, we know that the white ball stops moving, but at least those areas can create a bit of uncertainty.
$75 for 5. This has been good start from Jordan in this spell. Full work to the onside. Wrist work involved in that stroke. He wants a second run.
Awesome, Kiri.
Could have been fatal. 13 gone, 75 for 5.
Right hand. Okay, well done, Kiri.
Good energy from Ireland so far, particularly fielders inside the ring. Around 20 yards from the batter, approaching the ball, coming at it. Has got slip in position. Down the track, hits it. Superb stroke, lovely timing. He maintained his balance and put it away for 4.
Very good batting by Pawan Ratnayaka. Saw the full toss, needed no second invitation. This is the exact way to go for Sri Lanka. Not to be tied down. They cannot afford to be tied down. What they're doing is, despite they are under pressure, they're not letting the Irish bowlers dictate terms. They're trying to take them on. And they're trying hard to get close to that target. And then we see that the pressure will change. So boundary followed by a single. So what you got to understand is that Ireland knows that they got 121 runs or 120 runs in the bank. So they can afford it at the moment. They can afford to take a few chances. They can afford to look for wickets. But in the process, if this partnership kicks on, gets quick runs, and let's say reduces that task from 120 to below 100, then the thinking and the strategy can be different. So that is why Ireland cannot afford a partnership. They need to be knocking over the Sri Lankan batters.
Nicely worked through the onside for another comfortable single. This is good from Sri Lanka. They're punishing the poor deliveries. They are rotating strike. Sense of positivity and sense of security at the crease as well. We haven't seen both batters looking uncomfortable or being troubled so far in this partnership. Slip of weight.
And these are also important moments in respective careers of cricketers. Ireland will want somebody to stand up and deliver it for them. And Sri Lanka, on the other hand, these two young cricketers would want to show what they are made of and the type of character they have. So it's a very delicate state of the game. 14 done, 83 for 5.
Let me go for Jordan, boys. Come on here, George. Come on, fella.
$83 for 5. Sri Lanka A recovering through this partnership between Milan and Pawan. Talking about selecting the players, They take a lot of things into consideration, the selectors. Apart from volume of runs or wickets, it's about when they scored runs, where they scored runs, how they scored runs, and in what situation.
Lovely, George.
I think it's the temperament you're talking about. So important. That will be the key. Because we know it's a pressure cooker game. Cricket is turning out to be absolutely pressure cooker. It was always pressure cooker, but it has now got even worse with the T20 game that has come in, with games being
Hard here, come on.
decided sometimes with one ball or two balls or one over. So it's so important that everyone switched on and handled the pressure without wilting. Nice work. Should be looking for a couple. He's doing the right thing, Pawan Ratnayake. In fact, they might come for 3. That's good running. I really like the way he's building his innings. Absolutely no risk at all. Just making sure that he's starting to pick those gaps. And that too with very minimum risk. This is clever batting by young Pawan Ratnayake.
Runs that we saw, 2s or 3s, taken in front of square. So there's a conscious effort to present the full face of the bat. He looks settled, 29 of 19, unperturbed. Extra cover on the offside. Jordan trying to take a cue from Tom Mage and McCarthy about looking to keep the stumps in play.
The Sri Lankan pair, on the other hand, will be having little targets, might be telling themselves, let's get to 100 first. Then let's try and bring this target under 100. I mean, they'll have those little methods, those targets that they're looking at, they'll be discussing. It's a very interesting battle that's happening between bat and ball and how partnerships are built. Oh, what about that? Inside edge, I think. That's what saved him. And he's in a bit of pain, but it's worth taking a look. He's asking for the spray. That's on the boot, is it? Off the inside edge. Not on the boot. I think it's on the knee. Inside edge onto the knee. Lairu Udara played on. This time Milan Ratnayake lucky it didn't go onto the stumps.
It's a prominent bony part. It hurts. It can be very painful. Luckily, that ball did not go on to hit the stumps. It hit the knee. Sri Lanka need this partnership.
And they need a bit of luck. In this innings, everything's gone against them, including marginal decisions. It's time for some drinks at the moment as Milan Ratnayake gets a bit of running repairs and attention. Sri Lanka at the moment 86 for 5. As we take a break for drinks.
Well, this has been a topsy-turvy contest so far. Sri Lanka 86 for 5. Trying to stage a comeback. 115 more runs required of 212 deliveries to win this contest and lift the trophy. Partnership with 41 of 34 deliveries. After a lot of devastation caused by Irish opening pair with the ball, McCarthy and Tommys. Milan 29 of 21, Pawan 12 of 19. Jordan into second over. Forcing the batter to play defensively. The match is intriguingly poised. We don't know which team will emerge victorious. If Sri Lanka manage these overs well, they might well stand a chance of lifting the trophy. Ireland been dominating since the beginning in the chase.
Well, and also it's important that Ireland bowls in partnerships. If they're expecting the captain Gavin Hoey to come on and get wickets, then he needs support at the other end. Jordan Neal needs to build up dots. You cannot be leaking runs from both ends. And at the moment, he's done a good job. He's bowled 2 dots to end the over. 15 done. And just 3 off that over, 86 for 5.
Gavin Hoey will continue. How good has he bowled in the last 2 matches? Got a 4-wicket haul, 4 for 24 against Afghanistan. And before that, he took 3 wickets. So he's found his rhythm. It's more important that he can continue in the same form in this big final match. Sri Lanka have brought the attack back to the bowlers. That's well bowled, well disguised. Asking for the stumping, I guess.
Definitely asking for the stumping. They're very, very interested in it and they're looking for half chances. The umpire hasn't referred it, has he? He hasn't referred it. So that's clear that he's happy with Tarindu Ratnayaka's back foot behind the crease. Here goes the slow-mo. Let's see. Well, I think he's well in, no question about it. His foot never got raised off the ground. But good work by the wicketkeeper, and that's a good delivery by the captain. Going past the outside edge, he's very nearly getting the slip into play.
Yeah, well, it's very important for Ireland Wolves that their skipper, Gavin Hoey, finds his rhythm. We mentioned that he has been bowling nicely in the last couple of matches. He went wicketless in the first 2 matches, then took 4 and 3 wickets in the other 2 matches. But Sri Lanka has really attacked back. This partnership of 40 plus runs, 44 to be exact, is what has given hope back to Sri Lanka A. What has also shown the character and the skill set among the Sri Lankan batters. And Milan Ratnayaka, 29 runs to him. That no ball was a momentum change. Smashed the free hit for a maximum, then hit a couple of boundaries and took the momentum away from Ireland, who were building good pressure against the Sri Lankan batters.
Still a long way to go. Tipperary, as they say. Sri Lanka.
So that is in Sri Lankan language?
No, it's a song in English.
Ah, okay. Tell us more.
Oh, that's all. It's a long way to Tipperary. That's what they say.
Tipperary. And what is that Tipperary?
I don't know. I just tell you what I hear. I
Listen.
just speak you. I just said exactly what I've heard in that song. So don't ask me what the meaning.
All right, so you just enjoy the tunes.
Yeah. I
And
mean-
how it sounds.
Oh, that's a bit loose outside the off stump from Milan Ratnayaka. Good over.
Great set, Gav.
It's 87 for 5.
Sammy ball. Sorry. 7 there.
This partnership is taking the game away from Iron Wolves. It's a long way. Quick run, confusion in the middle, goes against it, doing the right thing, going back. Pawan Ratnaike. And the last thing you want is a run out. The last thing you want is a mix up. So much of a hard work been put out there. 44 run partnership. And you don't want to lose it, throw it away with a run out.
Yeah, run out is the last thing they want. Sri Lanka can't afford a run out at this stage. They made too many mistakes with the bat in hand.
I've been following Sri Lankan cricket for some time. Had the honor to travel to Sri Lanka a few times.
We had the honor to have you in Sri Lanka.
That's very kind of you. And I've seen sometimes Sri Lankan batters getting run out. And it's nothing unusual. A lot of batters get run out. But I just want to ask you.
You say Sri Lankan batter.
No,
tell
I'm-
me whether the batters
I'm
of the other
speaking-
countries don't get run out.
I'm speaking in the context of my question. It says at times that those runouts have been very costly, and you've been serving Sri Lankan cricket for such a long time. And we hear your wonderful voice on matches where Sri Lanka played different teams. That's driven beautifully. Well, it's a good shot. Well, the fielder be able to cut it off. You bet he does. Well, what a good shot that is. So just coming to my question, Roshan. I know all the batters get run out. Anyone can get run out. Inzimam ul Haq has left a name in history for getting run out so many times.
So what are you getting at?
My question is, I've seen Sri Lanka at times from a winning position, just losing their way, mix up in the middle, run out, and all of a sudden the game complexion has changed.
It's a momentary lapse. Sometimes it can happen to anybody.
Now my question is, who's been one that batter you've not enjoyed seeing him run out? From Sri Lanka. Tough question.
Didn't
Got to
un-
put you on spot.
Didn't understand the question.
I can ask the question again.
Yeah, go ahead.
Watching Sri Lankan cricket, watching Sri Lankan batters bat, who's one that batsman that you don't want him get run out? Yes, you can get out the other ways,
Come on.
but
I
not
mean-
run out.
I mean, if you ask me an honest,
No merit in my question.
No, I mean, if you ask me an honest question, I don't want anybody to be run out. Because there is no special person as such. Because run out is a very unnecessary way of getting out. Not that the other ways are necessary, but run out has a lot to do with communication and a moment of madness. When it comes to getting out, maybe bowled or caught or in some other way, you got to give a lot of credit to the bowler. But then there could be run outs simply through extraordinary fielding. Now that you got to give it. But silly run outs, no. I mean, no team wants it. Leave alone players.
Absorbing the answer. This is high in the air, and that's a welcome boundary. And good shot to end the over. 8 runs coming off this Jordan Neal's over. 95 for 5 after 17. 52-run partnership this between these two, and that comes at the rate of 6.99. And they've really counter-attacked nicely here. They just need to stitch this along nicely
Here we go.
and turn it into a big 100 partnership and turn it into a match-winning, a final-winning partnership. Can they do it? Milan Ratnayaka,
Go, boys. Come
Pawan
on.
Ratnayake share the last name. Can they share the winning moment for their team in this big final? Long way, but they're certainly on the right track here.
Oh,
I think there's a lot of cricket left. Plenty of cricket left.
yes, Gav. Yeah.
Far too early to predict a winner. But if you look at a scale, Ireland, it could tilt slightly in favor of Ireland at the moment. That's my honest opinion. Because when you look at the top half gone, and you're still looking at, oh, what about that? He was aiming to go over mid-wicket. What is the umpire signaling? Is it leg buys? Or has he given it to the batter? I'm not so sure. Now the 50 partnership is up. In good time, 51 or 51. Milan Ratnayaka thought he had it under control, thought he had it. Looking to go over mid-wicket, but Hoy rushing him a little bit.
Yeah, well, for a moment, you would think that it's a lapse in concentration and you lose this wicket, and you know batters coming down the track are not your top order. They're your middle, late order, and then the tail enders. So, yeah, you'll give it to Ireland, but take nothing away from the way Sri Lanka, in particular in this partnership for the wicket number 6, have brought life back into this chase. Sri Lanka will, Ireland Wolves will think that one wicket and we could well be in this contest.
Yes, boy. Go back, George. Go back. Awesome, Jordo.
Come on, buddy. Don't throw it away. Come on.
Gavin Hoey, he's been bowling nicely. Only 3 runs and
Big shot.
in the last over got some drift. And how he bowls is going to be very decisive in the context of the game. Remember, Ireland Wolves are only playing one spinner, the skipper, and completing his over, giving away 4 runs after 18. Sri Lanka are 99 for 5.
What do I reckon?
Pawan Ratnayake, Milan Ratnayake out in the middle. And the dugout from Sri Lanka will be hoping that they can bring him home. This is a big game at this Explore Afghanistan Tri-Nation Series 2025, powered by Super Cola. Both teams making it to the final. And Sri Lanka remain unbeaten in this Tri-Nation Series, defeating Ireland in Afghanistan on 2 occasions before this. But it's the final that matters. Who win it, who will lift the trophy.
Jordan Neal continues into his 4th over. Now it's a much spread field for the Irish Wolves. Looking for some bounce. Now they're asking for a catch. They're very confident. They don't believe it. Pawan Ratnayaka doesn't move. Umpire doesn't move. That's the man that matter. I'll tell you what. The Irish Wolves don't believe that wasn't out. At least judging by the way they appeal. Let's see. It's difficult to say. The wicketkeeper went up straight away. The bowler supported. But the man who mattered,
Farooq Khan.
he just remained motionless. When I say motionless, in an umpiring term, he was unmoved.
I tell you what, the umpiring has been very good throughout this Tri-Nation Series. it's interesting how all the Ireland Wolves team thought that there was a nick. Farouk Khan thought, no, there was nothing. And he remained unmoved.
An umpire's job is not an easy one. That we need to give. So that's the whole idea of a DRS, where you try and get rid of the howler and make sure that you minimize mistakes. So you ask for support from technology. So considering that, it's not an easy job, and also they're always scrutinized. They're always under scrutiny. Lots of people watching. Pawan Ratnayaka batting outside his crease. And you could see that he's concentrating so much that he's playing each ball on its merit. He's not playing any premeditated shots. This is a very good effort on the part of young Pawan Ratnayaka.
Yeah, well, he was on the bench. He was only brought in against the match against Afghanistan. Played well out in the middle and got his chance in the final.
I think he replaced Sonal Dinusha in the middle order. Unfortunately, we didn't have a good run, Sonal Dinusha, but Pawan Ratnayaka has really made the selector's decision. At least accepted and grabbed it with both hands and vindicated that decision with the way he's played.
And he looks very, very careful out in the middle. He understands the value of this partnership. He understands that if they bat all the 50 overs, they will comfortably be home, because the required run rate is not an issue for Sri Lanka A. It's the wickets. Unfortunately, they have lost quick wickets. 5 top order batter back into the dugout is what is hurting their cause as for chasing down this modest total of 201 is concerned. Now, and that was down the leg side. Lucky Jordan Neal got away with that. Only 1 run coming off it.
The 100 for Sri Lanka. Now that is a psychological mark. That would have been 1 target out of the way for the Sri Lankan pair. Now the next target, they'll tell them it's only a matter of 2 runs, but they'll want to tell themselves, let's get it under 100. So these are little psychological moments, psychological milestones. When you're in trouble and when you're looking to build a score, looking to chase a score. Last ball of the over. Jordan Neal ends with a dot. 19 done. It's 100 for 5.
On here, Gav. Come on, boy. Right, lads. On here, fellas. Go skipper here. Still miles away.
He's picked up by the mics. It's like
The skipper Gavin Howe will continue. He's looking for wicket. And this has been a wonderful story for the Ireland Wolves. They lost first their 3 matches back against the wall with everything on the line and nowhere to turn. They rallied from behind, pulled off a must-win victory against Afghan Abdalian, and now they are in a good position. 1 wicket away, they will think, and they could find themselves into even a stronger position. As for Sri Lanka is concerned, they will think a partnership from here. Another 50-run partnership, and things will look more easier moving forward.
Well, if they could get a 50 runs partnership, Sri Lanka will be in the driving seat. They'll be in a very good position. That's what Ireland doesn't want. That's what they are after, just to make sure that it doesn't happen. So Gavin Howe will have to be controlled. He's just got 3 men on the leg side, and he can't afford to bowl there, because he's got 6 on the off, and he's looking to bowl that off-stump line to the right-hander, and anything off that line outside the leg stump becomes an option, or becomes an opportunity for some easy runs for the right-hander.
Come on.
Well, with the left-hand, right-hand combination, it's not making it any easier for them as well. Gavin Howe will have wanted a right-hand batter with the leg spin that he bowls. Now you will think that he's bowling into the hitting arc of Milan Ratnayake, who's standing well on 32, but the wrong ones, watch out for them. He got the wicket of Siddiqullah Atal. Now slip fielder's been added there.
Well, Gav, lovely spin, Gav.
This is where the
Lovely spin, Gav.
temperament, we speak about the temperament a lot of both the bowler and the batter. Now Gavin Hoey has a well set and protected leg side field with fielders on the boundary.
Oh, you missed out. You
He's
missed out.
also got mid-off inside the 30-yard circle. So that's an invitation for Milan Ratnayaka to go over the top. Hit against the turn if you can. He's kept the extra cover area open. So this is a strategic line of thinking to try and dismiss the batter. Make him play against the turn. So instead, Milan Ratnayaka is smart. He's not going to hit against the turn.
Kato, well done.
He will look to play it with the turn.
Yeah, well, that's the game. You throw the bait. And always we say that. The finer the bait, the shorter the wait. But Milan Ratnayaka has been up for the task.
That's amazing.
Understanding what is required under the circumstances. And they are handling Gavin Hoey with more care, knowing that he's the only spinner playing for the Iron Wolves.
Oh,
Use of the feet, I like that. Positivity in the approach from Pawan Ratnayake. 3 runs coming off that over. After 20,
Here we go, boys.
Sri Lanka A 103 for 5. Twenty overs been bowled, 5 wickets down, 103 on the board for Sri Lanka A. And now it's very interesting because the chase has come down to under 100. We talk about the milestones, one thing out of the way. It's always a good feeling when you are chasing anything under 100 as compared to the things if it is above 100. But still a long way, 98 runs required, over 180 deliveries, 30 overs. And Tom Mays has been brought back into the attack. And why not? He has been the spearhead front-line attacker of the Island Wolves. He's taken 3 wickets and 3 for 23, running through the top order of Sri Lanka A. Can he provide another breakthrough? And that is the question what Gavin Hoey will be asking Tom Mays. Into his second spell after bowling 5 overs and 3 for 23. Here it is. Once again into the attack. In that corridor outside the off stump.
Lovely start, Maisie. Go, boys. Come on. Crack it open, Thomas.
You know, you look back at this Tri-Nation series and you see all these different teams, particularly looking at their fast bowlers. I think it is a lot for others to look at how Tom Mays is bowled. He is bowled into the right channel, into the right corridor. And he hasn't erred a lot of times. He gave away a few easy runs today, but then came back strong. He's forcing the batters to make the mistake, following the process, and continuing to bowl into the right area, which is good length outside the off stump, and making the batters make the mistake.
Yes, Ahmed, you spoke about comebacks, and what a comeback this has been from Sri Lanka. Milan and Pawan, 5 wickets down, and they've come out, built a partnership. 43 for 5, that was the score when these two were out there in the middle. And they have steadied the ship, so to speak, for Sri Lanka A.
Yeah, you know, they look very cool, composed, not getting carried away. There was a moment where they got a license to open his arms, particularly Milan Ratnayake. Matthew Foster brought into 1 over. He bowled the no ball. That free hit was the license. He opened and he hit it for 6, then a couple of boundaries. 17 runs coming off that over. Kind of shifted the momentum towards Sri Lanka A. And then once things started settling in, they thought, let's just be more careful and not create any opportunities. Okay, there you go. Gets that one shot and smashes this for a boundary.
Get going here, fellas. Come on.
Hey, work hard,
runs now flowing from the bat of these two batters. Milan and Pawan both took some time, but now are scoring at a brisk pace. And that shot again, Pawan will release all the pressure that was trying to be built from the Ireland Wolves. On the back foot, pulled in the gap. One bounce over the ropes. 4 runs. Less than 100 now needed. 92. And this partnership is proving to be a game changer.
Truly. And they are punishing the bad balls. Once again shot and once again smashed for a boundary. Back-to-back boundaries.
Lucky, Macy. Keep going here, lads. Keep going.
That was
Get
hit
up here. Come on.
disdainfully by Pawan.
Work hard, boys.
Not learning from his mistakes, Tom. That ball just came nicely onto the bat. Great timing. Outstanding hand-eye coordination as well. And there is a vacant gap on the onside. And Pawan has made use of that one.
If there is anything that is true, if there is anything that is true, it is commentator's curse. I was talking so highly of Tom Mays and how beautifully he's bowled. And all of a sudden, he's been hit for 2 boundaries. Can he stage a comeback? Yes. Right into the channel. Wicket to wicket. And ends the over with a good dot ball. 10 runs coming off it. 113 for 5 after 21.
Come on here, Maka. Come on, lads.
Steady partnership, 70-run partnership between these two now. And good thing is, scoring rate is 6.08. Now, what this kind of a scoring rate does is actually not allowing the bowling side to settle. You keep going hard at the bowlers.
You're right, 70 runs partnership. And these two just taking the game away from Ireland Wolves. Liam McCarthy comes back into the attack.
You know why I say this? Because one thing is setting a partnership. Say it is a 70-run partnership of 150 deliveries. Your scoring rate is like 3 runs in over. So what you do is you leave so much for the end part of the innings. And sometimes it can be very difficult to chase 7 runs in over. What they do, they are making sure that they do not create any undue pressure. Yeah, there's a big distance, big gap between the 88 runs and 173 deliveries. And it is because this partnership is scoring at run a ball. More than run a ball. And that tells you the understanding of the game. I remember Roshan Abhisinghe was talking about the domestic cricket back in Sri Lanka and how they prepare those young kids from the school age to play longer formats, and how they are able to strategize their games. And you can evidently see it from the way they are applying it here. We saw it in the first match when Sri Lanka and Ireland were playing again. The Ireland fast bowlers ran through the top order, and then Saha Narachige put together that 50 and 63 run partnership for the wicket number 7 and 8, and came to the rescue of Sri Lanka A. And once again, on this big game final match of Tri-Nation Series, we see these two exactly doing the same thing. Ireland cannot just allow it for the second time, is it? They have to break this partnership, would be what the skipper will be thinking right now.
Yeah, and that is why he's brought the two most effective bowlers, the bowlers who've taken wickets, back into the attack. We saw Tom Mays bowling from the other end, and now it's Liam McCarthy who's been reintroduced into the attack in search for a wicket.
And he's got a slip fielder for him as well. It's a mix-up, and they make a mess of this. And you won't be getting these opportunities so often. It is a very, very big opportunity gone begging.
Yeah, both the batters were right in the center of the wicket, not sure which end to go to. That was total mayhem and confusion in the middle. Let's look at that. Yes, no, both were ball watching and both were just stranded in the middle. a good throw, a sharp throw at the right end would have been wicket number 6.
Yeah, I will say this was an opportunity, and they won't give you many of such opportunities. I think same topic behind the wicket was also too slow on going and reaching at the stumps. Had he been a little quick, and maybe the fielder will have seen him and will have thrown it into his hands, because he was not there, and then a direct hit, but it didn't happen. I was asking Roshan about the run-outs, and this is one thing, unfortunately, I've seen a few times with the Sri Lankans and with the others as well, but mainly time seeing them getting stuck in the middle in unnecessary run-outs. That's the last thing that you will want.
Yeah, you don't need to run out. A dot ball to end the over. 22 overs, 114 for 5.
The search for the wicket continues from Ireland Wolves, and their pacers are looking at it. Matthew Foster's been brought back into the attack. I stay corrected. I said 17 runs from that over. It's actually 18 runs now that he's come back, and we can see his figures. And brought back into the attack. He's bowling again at Milan Ratnayaka. He is an internationally capped player for Ireland. He's played for the national side. He's played all the 3 formats. And it is this big day. A lot will be expected from him. There you go, Matthew Foster into his second over. Unfortunately, 18 runs of his first. And how good is Tom and Liam McCarthy been? 5.5 and 4.16 the economy, 3 and 2 wickets respectively, is how things look now. Again down the leg side and away for 4.
Yeah, not the best of deliveries from Liam. Spraying it down the leg side. Rather, it's Matthew Foster, beg your pardon, who's been expensive and has been wicketless, and just feels that the bowlers have not stepped up to the occasion, barring the 2. This is just not the right line, and rightfully punished by Milan.
Yeah, he hasn't got that length right, if you see. And also the line, he couldn't connect right. It was down the leg side, fractionally short, and Milan Ratnayake said, thank you very much. I will let it go sailing for a boundary. Now this has been a good comeback. He's bowled wicket to wicket and not allowing Milan Ratnayaka to open his arms. Can he just continue? Remember, there's no slip protection anymore. Spread out field, because it's this thing between containing and taking wicket. Wow, a full toss and another boundary in the over.
Yeah, leaking runs. Matthew Foster has been wavered and has been punished. Milan showing us what he can do. Beautiful drive. It was a juicy full toss, but you still have to play them in the gaps, and he's done that so very well. Nice drive into the gap. Didn't try to play it in the air, and gets easy 4 runs.
He's still searching for his momentum, Matthew Foster. But he's been expensive. 26 into his second over. And looking for Yorker once again. Nicely placed for the third boundary of the over.
2 full from Matthew Foster yet again. And Milan drives that, caresses that in the gap. He's moved on to 47 now with that boundary. Yeah, just exquisite timing. Looks so elegant. Didn't try to hit it too hard. places it in the gap for 4. Treat to watch. Milan.
Yeah, well, Matthew Foster is not enjoying it, is it? Change in the field. A fielder going down at the deep mid wicket. And a cow corner. Outside the off stump again. And there are areas. Now he bowls down the leg side. And probably he will want just him off strike. He's been leaking runs. 31 in 2 overs. Matthew Foster after 23, 127 for 5. What a comeback this has been from Sri Lanka. Been reduced to 43 for 5. How well have they come back? 127 for 5. The partnership is certainly taking this game away from the Island Wolves' reach. Now this partnership is worth 84 runs. And the good thing about this partnership is, barring that one mix-up out in the middle, they are playing very sensible cricket.
Yeah, they have shown some mental toughness, the right temperament. They've soaked in all the pressure like a sponge, and now they've been able to score runs freely.
By their size of the batters, they do not look by any stretch of imagination like sponge, is it? Thin sponge.
Yeah,
High quality sponges.
high quality.
They are thin, but they are of a high quality, is it not? What an innings this has been from Milan Ratnayaka. He's bowled brilliantly. He's very miserly when he bowls. Hardly gives away any run to the batters. And when he comes himself, he scored runs at the strike rate of above 100.
Yeah, if Sri Lanka go on to win this game, he is the player of the match. No doubt about that.
Couldn't
I
hold
think
yourself.
there's going to be a unanimous decision with that one. There's no going to be, I don't think there'll be any argument on that. He is clearly the standout performer.
You know, keeping the discussion about the player of the match on one side, talking about this innings in particular, and how crucial it is for Sri Lanka to have a player of such caliber who can bat and who can bowl. A batting or bowling all-rounder wins you the matches. What a knock this has been. He scores a single and completes his 50. What a knock this has been. This has been a match-changing knock in the context of the game.
Yes, Milan Ratnayake, he is having a gala of a time today in the big final. Commit the hour, commit the man, they say. And Milan has definitely risen to the occasion, has contributed with the ball, and now has scored 50 important runs in a run chase for his side. Just a scintillating innings from Milan, and he knows the job is not yet done. Pushed in the gap for a single by Pavan. And this partnership is growing strong with every passing over.
Yeah, I mean, you see his bowling stats. He bowled 7.3 overs. He took 3 wickets and gave away only 24 runs. So miserly, is it not? And then he bowled 30 dots. And that's how good he's bowled. Remember, when he came, he provided that breakthrough. He broke the opening partnership for Ireland Wolves, and since then things started to fall. So he brought that breakthrough and brought life into that game for Sri Lanka A. And now with the bat, he's changing things. Oh, lucky. End of the over from Gavin Howe. 4 runs coming off it, 131 for 5. Only 70 more needed of 156 deliveries. And the only way Ireland Wolves can win this from here is to take wickets and break this partnership before this goes beyond them. Shoaib, what do you think? When would be still time for hopes into this match for Ireland Wolves as for getting a breakthrough is concerned?
Well, they need 70 more runs from here on. I would say if they can get a wicket with 50 or more runs left in the bank, they will still fancy of putting some pressure on the new batter. But they need to break this partnership as soon as possible. They've got 5 fielders inside the 30-yard circle, but none of them are in a catching position. So where is the wicket going to come from? What is the captain thinking? How can he effect a wicket here? How can he set up a wicket? Is something that the Ireland Wolves will have to think.
Yeah, that's a very good point. You can't contain them because they will score 70 runs. So probably you need to attack because that's your only way of winning this big final. So far, it looks like they just want to contain these Sri Lankan batters. But there's still a lot on offer. There is big ground, a lot of real estate. You can easily score around and keep the scoreboard ticking.
Now the problem is that the supporting cast in this game today hasn't been able to put any pressure except for Liam McCarthy and Tom Mays. The others have not been able to put any kind of pressure on these batters.
Yeah, just a touch shot again, deep in the crease and 4. That's becoming so easy for Pawan Ratnayake as well.
Yeah, that's a very good shot. One bounce and over the ropes. He's well set now. Both these batters, in fact, latching onto that length, clearing his front leg, and bang, up and over, long on.
He's playing a very wise cricket over there. First, he stands outside his crease, and then just forcing Liam McCarthy to bowl at the length that he wants, because just when he delivers, he goes deep at his crease, so that becomes a short ball for him, and he smashes this for 4, just like this, once again, and this one is a maximum. It hit for 6.
Yeah, better as the previous one. Rocked on the back foot and plays it straight towards long on. Great connection. Sets up nicely and deposits that. Not the best of lengths and hit for 6.
Yeah, well, the other thing is it's not new ball. There's not enough movement now. And not enough pace to bother Pawan Ratnayake, who is now only 5 runs shy of his 50. This has been a truly remarkable partnership. 98-run partnership now for the 6th wicket for Sri Lanka A. And this has absolutely been a game-changing partnership. They have applied themselves beautifully out there. Expensive over from Liam McCarthy. 10 runs coming off it. Sri Lanka A are 141 for 5 after 25.
$141 for 5 after 25 overs, halfway through the second innings, and Sri Lanka A are cruising at the moment. What a turnaround of events we've witnessed, from 43 for 5 to 141 for 5 as Gavin Hoy comes into the attack. Thick edge. This will be 2 runs. Could be more. Yes, it's going to go all the way for 4. The 100 partnership comes up with that boundary. Devendra, what a partnership this is. Outstanding, isn't it?
What a tremendous turnaround from being on the ventilator to getting into vintage position now. This has been tremendous turnaround. Thicky says with that open pace, he played it deliberately away from the slip fielder, growing into confidence and delivering great things. This will be remembered for a long, long time. From that position of 43 for 5 to needing another 56 runs.
Squeeze, boys, big squeeze.
Champions stuff.
Yeah, goes to tell you that this Sri Lanka setup is such a good side, and the depth in their batting and the self-belief and confidence that they have to come out of that situation. It's not all over yet. I would still say Ireland Wolves have
Yes, Gavi.
a match on their hands. They need a wicket here. If they can do that, they will be right back in the game. But as of now, these two, Milan and Pavan, are unstoppable.
I think Irish captain missed out on potential opportunity to get a couple of wickets had he continued with those 2 fast bowlers who bowled in tandem and bowled superbly well, Tom Age and Liam McCarthy. That was a significant moment when he introduced Matthew Foster, where he went for 17 runs. Things changed since then. Little bit of extra bounce. It's a single. It's becoming increasingly difficult now to take a wicket. It seems the pitch has flattened out. Also, the hardness of the ball gone, much softer. And the batter's getting more time to make adjustment and play shots against the spin bowlers. Time has come to introduce one of the fast bowlers.
Well, they did try. We saw Liam McCarthy and Tom Mays bowling just prior to this, but I think the way these two have batted, they've just not given away anything at all. They took their time, and now look at the way they're complementing each other in the middle. They've made batting look so easy. And again, that wicket has lost the sheen that it had, the kind of impact that we saw with the new ball on this wicket. It's not there anymore.
I was speaking to one of the selectors in the media box about who are the options Sri Lanka looking to take out from this series. And he was of the opinion that Milan has done so well for Sri Lanka in test match against England in English conditions. Pavan has been knocking at the door for quite some time. He's been doing exceptionally well in domestic cricket. The two cricketers noticing their performances very carefully. 26 bowled, 147 for 5. $147 for 5, 54 to win, with 5 wickets in hand. Jordan, none for 15 in 4 overs. They have to do something different to take a wicket. So they're sending the men on the boundary at the deep square and mid-wicket, interestingly. There will be a conscious effort to drop it short and keep it around the 4th stump, maybe around the off stump, to force him hit in front of square. Deep square and deep mid-wicket on the boundary. Has he got the pace to bowl a short delivery to dismiss better? Wide signalled.
Yeah, big wide. Outside off. And into the hand of Sam Topping. Jordan Neal. He's bowled 4 overs but hasn't been able to get a wicket.
What the captain is trying to do is that he's asking him to bowl the back of length region on the off stump. Now they make a change in the field. The third comes inside the 30-yard circle. Sweeper now dropping the men on the boundary on the onside, looking to keep the stumps in play. More changes inflicted in the field now. So 5 men on the onside. 3 patrolling boundary, 2 inside the 30-yard circle.
Oh, that's hit straight to the fielder. A few yards onto the left or right of that short third would have been another boundary for Pawan. He misses. But this plan of bowling outside off, I'm not sure whether it's going to reap any rewards for Ireland Wolves. Anything outside off is going to be easy. So, not sure about this plan from the Ireland Wolves.
Also, it's releasing the ball. He's not hitting the deck. He's not bowling into the pitch. Once again around the off stump. Good length off stump. The field is set on the onside.
Yeah, there's a short mid-wicket and then there is a deep mid-wicket. So you've got 2 fielders in that region. You're expecting the batter to hit in that area. But the line and length that Jordan is bowling, it's very unlikely that the ball will go in that direction.
Acre of spaces in front of the square on the offside. Shot pulled away. Again a slower delivery, dropping it short.
Lovely boys.
Sri Lanka won't mind it. It's not aimed at the stumps, not keeping stumps in play. Easy going. 2 set betters in the middle. Milan, after doing so well with ball in hand, playing a significant innings from crisis situation of 43 for 5 to 149, reaching his half century in the process. It was his counter-attacking innings to begin with when it took down Foster and hit 1 6 and 2 4s in over. That brought Sri Lanka back into the contest. That shifted the momentum.
Pulled on a poor delivery, gets enough bat and sends it towards the fine leg for 4. Runs continue to leak.
Poor, staying in line. All he had to do was to get a fine deflection. That was very poor. Too far down the leg side. Got it fine. Rolling his wrist over. Looking to get it fine, and he managed it expertly. 3 on the boundary on the onside. Fine leg. Square leg, a deep mid wicket. This time he's been beaten.
Just 48 needed from here on, and it's not been great going so far from Jordan Neal. A short ball and very close to the bat and the gloves. They played it early on that occasion. The ball didn't come as quick as Milan expected. Bowling cross seam deliveries, Jordan. And a slower delivery, worked away for a single. Another run scoring over. This one, 27 bowled, 154 for 5.
Sri Lanka A had an unforgettable tournament. Great memories. A lot of performances coming through at different stages of the play. Oh, catch gone down.
Well, you have to take these chances if you want to make a game out of this. This was hit straight to the slip fielder, and he's got his hand onto it but is not able to grab it. It's not good news. Nothing going their way. Stephen Doheny, the slip fielder, who's grasped that one. Opportunity gone begging. Gavin Hoy cannot believe it.
Why not?
So mid-off inside the ring. Mid-on is also inside the ring. Slip in position. Short cover and short mid-wicket. Forcing it off the back foot for a single. 45 more runs to win.
Yes, Gav. Keep at it, Gav.
They've been a force to reckon with from the word
Yes,
go
boys. Yes,
coming
lad.
into this event. Won games from different situations. After not so inspiring performance in the first game, so they won that game, but since then they've been dominating force. They've been challenged big time today,
Well, Gav. Keep going, Gav.
getting 5 wickets inside 10 overs.
Keep going, Gav. Keep going, boy. Keep working for us.
Tucked away. Should be back for 2, maybe more.
The chase is on, and they'll get 3 bigger boundaries, big gaps, and they come back for the third. That's good running between the wickets, and with those 3 runs, Pawan gets to his 50 as well. He's taken some time, but he's played another majestic innings under pressure, coming out and performing, delivering the goods for his side, appreciation from his partner. They know the importance of this innings and the win that they will get if these two continue to bat on. But Pawan and Milan both have been outstanding. Pawan Ratnayake, 51 of 58.
Well, we've been talking about finding heroes from that situation of 43 for 5. Both the batters raising their hands up and contributing. Shot and pulled away. Pulled away. It's high. It's handsome. It's on to those grassy banks for 6.
Come on, boys.
They will
Hey,
applaud
come
it.
on.
The Sri Lankan dugout. Sri Lanka inching closer to victory.
Yeah, both these now have gotten past that 50-run barrier, and immediately he takes on Gavin Hoy. Not the best of deliveries, a half-tracker, and he's launched it. That's a ballistic hit high into the sky and clearing the ropes comfortably. 35 more runs needed to win the game and win the series as well. And what a comeback this has been so far from Sri Lanka. Outstanding from these two. And then he works away for a single. This is excellent batting. Just wonderful to see them in action. 28 bowled, 167 for 5.
I heard you saying that the opening bowler should have continued. It's very debatable. I mean, it could have gone either way.
See, but they bowled Shiraz, he bowled 8 overs on the trot.
Yeah, that was difference. This pair of Milan and Pawan showing great resilience, show of character, courage, determination, situational awareness, concentration, patience, stroke selection, great discipline. Jordan, none for 22. third patrolling on the boundary. Deep point men at the long off. Mid wicket on the fence on the onside. 4 men allowed outside the 30-yard ring. So he's going to operate from around the wicket. It's not getting the ball to time. Jordan has been concentrating on taking the pace of the ball.
Yeah, desperate times, Devinder, call for desperate measures. They're looking for a wicket here and they'll try everything in their capacity to extract a wicket. They did get a few chances like that dropped catch. There was a run-out opportunity as well. So you have to take those chances when they come your way, because otherwise it's going to be very difficult to bring the game back in your favor. That's a good delivery appeal as well, but there's too much of height on that one. And also the direction was questionable. Leg by signaled.
Pace on the ball, getting the ball to cut off the seam. Also creating that angle. It's going wide of the crease. That was also going down the leg side. It's going over the stumps as well. Too far down the leg side given the angle. That's one go.
Yeah, they can bat at their own pace, these two now. There's no hurry whatsoever. As long as they stay there till the winning runs are scored, doesn't matter when or which over they complete the chase in. 33 more needed. Getting difficult and tougher for Ireland Wolves. It's been a topsy-turvy ride, Devinder, this game.
Yeah, it's been a topsy-turvy ride. The pendulum swung many times. In a champion side, what we look for the characters and different individuals rising in different positions. We saw top order batters getting runs, middle order performing in the first game, lower order bailing the team out of the trouble situation. Once again in the final, the lower order stepping up. The different individuals rising, making contribution, and that's the beauty of a champion side. They showed the kind of discipline that was required throughout the series. And great consistency from Sri Lanka A. Ireland, they found themselves in good positions many times in this series and then not quite seizing on the opportunities.
Yeah, it has been the story for Ireland Wolves. They've played they've played really well in patches, but then they've let go the game, the grip on that game. Afghan Abdullahs too had to take that learning from this series. You can't give away strong positions. And Sri Lanka, on the other hand, they've shown how to come back from a position that is not in their favor to a position that makes them comfortable in the game.
They played the conditions really well. They made good judgment about the pitch conditions, overhead conditions, making good judgment about whether to bowl first and bat first. And also recognizing the moment to attack and defend. They chose the right moments.
End of the 29th over, 170 for 5.
Sri Lanka A need another 31 runs to win the Explore Afghanistan Tri-Nation Series here at the Zayed Cricket Stadium in Abu Dhabi. This has been a tremendous campaign for Sri Lanka in all departments. Take a lot of positives from this series. Players who've been on the fringe for Sri Lanka national side. Good Yorker. On the other hand, Ireland will understand the value of playing spin. More tours to subcontinent will help.
Talking about Ireland Wolves in this game in particular, you think they could have done anything differently after the 10 overs, after them being 43 for 5?
Not much. On the hindsight, they could have persisted with two fast bowlers who were taking wickets for a couple of more overs. But you can't guarantee wicket. That was the only time they could have done something about it. Now the partnership is developing and two batters looking comfortable, very secure at the crease. Yes, they created some chances. They could have been a bit more agile and alert in the field. The run out opportunity, the catch going down at the slip region. But when you develop a partnership on a surface where something is happening, as a batter, you expect few things going your way.
Oh, that's in the gap. And it's going to race away. This is lightning quick outfield here at the Zayed Cricket Stadium. And that ball reaches the ropes in absolutely no time. Glorious from Pawan.
Exhilarating stroke. Dipping full toss. Didn't try to hit it hard, just placed it. Middled it and placed it to perfection. Supreme timing to take it away to the fence. Reflecting on this tournament, I think Afghanistan will understand that it's important to have more discipline in execution of the game plans. They had tremendously talented players in the ranks. Darwish Rasuli was fantastic as a captain, as a batter. Needed support from rest of the batters at the top order. For Ireland, playing spin and capitalizing on the situations, game situations. And for Sri Lanka, they ticked all the boxes. Maybe catching in a couple of games but not up to the mark. Drinks is taken here at the Zayed Cricket Stadium. 174 for 5. Sri Lanka A. They need another 27 runs to win the Explore Afghanistan Tri-Nation Series. Sri Lanka A heading towards victory. They say it's been a phenomenal partnership, making contribution. Milan 69, Pavan 56, stepping up when it needed the most in the commentary box. I've been joined by the voice of Sri Lankan cricket, Roshan Abhisinghe.
Thank you. You're very kind. I didn't know that.
Roshan, you've been commentating for decades.
Short delivery. Pavan Ratnayaka gets it away. And he gets a boundary. And Sri Lanka not marching. They're galloping along. They're getting close to that target. Pavan Ratnayaka has played a gem of an innings. Milan Ratnayaka was the one who was in a hurry, who was taking the bowling on. But now Pavan Ratnayaka catching up. Both in the 60s. And both going at almost an even rate of scoring. Brilliant effort, brilliant counter-attack.
And again, astonishing hit. Another boundary. He's hemorrhaging runs and Sri Lanka getting close to that victory target.
Well, I'm afraid Liam McCarthy not quick enough. Short and no mid-wicket. Pavan Ratnayaka on top of it. Slamming it down to mid-wicket for 4. Back-to-back boundaries. And Sri Lanka now just 19 runs away. What a magnificent counter-attack. What a magnificent recovery on the part of Sri Lanka. At one stage, Ireland was all over them. 43 for 5. 43 for 5. And now 182 for 5. Tremendous fight back. 19 runs only of 120 balls. Well, it was a time for heroes to emerge. It was a time for someone to put his hand up. And in fact, Sri Lanka has had 2 who have put their hands up and got them almost out of trouble.
Go down, go both. Over here.
What a partnership this has been. Absolutely match-winning partnership. Took the game away from Ireland Wolves. With 43 for 5, they would have thought that they are in the game. The problem was that they did not have a lot of runs to start with. They could only manage 200, courtesy brilliant bowling from Sri Lanka A bowlers.
Still at 43 for 5, they had enough runs at that stage.
That's true.
Ireland needed to finish things off. They needed to go for the kill. And from 43 for 5, they'll regret that they have let Sri Lanka come this far.
Yeah, I mean, this is a 139-run partnership. I mean, this should be enough to win the match. But what a character the Sri Lankan cricket has shown to everyone watching. This is how you play the one-day format.
Yeah, we talk about temperaments, and this is exactly the temperament you're looking for in tight situations, and very nearly got through. The left-hander was shaping to play it away on the offside. The ball turning back. But that's the temperament, that's the character you're asking for from your team members, from your players. See that last delivery, turn and bounce. But Fidai, one thing that's very clear here is that this surface never had demons in it. Well, it was the way the batters batted and did allow the bowlers to bowl, made it look like it was a pitch full of demons. But the way this pair had batted, everything has diminished.
Yeah, well, it's the application. It's the understanding of the situation of the game, playing your shots according to the merit, and just bringing your team home like that. End of the over, 183 for 5 after 31. Liam McCarthy into the attack. Searching for wicket. It's been that outside the off-stump corridor that this Ireland Hooves bowlers have bowled really well at. But it's just this partnership that has taken everything away from them.
They'll be disappointed, Ireland. They definitely had their moments. They fought back hard. As you said, at one stage they didn't look like getting to 150. They got to 200. So there was a bit of steel in them. It was a good effort with Morgan topping, making that fine half century, the 70 plus. And when Sri Lanka batted, I was very impressed with the way the Irish seam bowlers got their act together. They were all over the Sri Lankans. We did see Doheny running in, bend his back, get wickets on a hat-trick. Then Liam McCarthy was equally impressive. Beg your pardon, Tom Mays, not Doheny. Doheny is the opening bat. It was Tom Mays. I get these names wrong.
There's one thing in common. They both open. One the bat, the other the ball.
So Tom Mays, who ran in and bowled brilliantly, was on a hat-trick.
And I still like the fact that there is communication going on. 18 runs required, but the shoulders should not drop down. You should still have hope. It's a funny game, cricket. It's very unlikely, but you can never rule it out. It's not over till it's over.
You should never give up. You should fight till the end. And that's what Ireland is showing us. They need to discuss. They need to plot and plan as long as they can. And as you said, the game is not over until it's actually over.
And then having this opportunity, looking back at how Ireland has performed overall in this Tri-Nation series, the performance of Ireland, who's really caught your eyes?
Without an iota of doubt, it is De Freitas. He is my man. He is the man, Chris De Freitas. He caught my eye from ball one when he was given the opportunity. Looked very impressive, good against spin, lovely use of the feet, like his technique. Take nothing away from the rest of the batters, but you ask me who caught my eye? Chris De Freitas. And of course, next in line is Gavin Hoy, the captain, who bowled some very good leg spin.
Yeah, and that's the irony in this match, that he is gone wicketless. And they would have wanted wicket from the skipper. Had he taken a wicket or two, things could have been different. And he drives this beautifully down at the deep. He'll take just single. They decided to go with the same combination against Afghanistan. They won and brought themselves into this final match, winning it inside 23 overs. 4 pacers, 1 spinner. Unfortunately for them, that 1 spinner has not been able to get them the wicket in this match.
Well, that can happen. He tried hard. There were some close moments. Catches missed. There was a vital catch, I thought, that should have been taken off the captain. Who knows? At that point, there were still some runs.
And there was at least 40 plus runs that they still had to score at that stage.
So anything could have happened. So that's why you got to be focused, switched on. You got to be sharp. Just like this pair of batters. They were very focused and very switched on. 186 for 5.
You can certainly like so many things about how Sri Lanka has played. What I particularly am liking for now is even 15 required. There's no rash shot. There's still application on display.
Well, that's because they realize that the game is not over. It may be 15 runs, but their job is not done. The job will be over when that winning run is scored. So this is what you expect.
Work hard.
These are proper professionals with experience. They may be young, but they have played good cricket. They played a fair bit of cricket, and they carry experience. And you'll expect that.
And to come to my question that I asked about Ireland Wolves, let me ask the same question about the Sri Lanka A team. Who among the Sri Lanka A team has impressed you the most?
Well, quite a few of them. But the person who impressed me most has been Tharindu Ratnayake. He has surprised me because I always thought that he was a more T20 cricketer than anything else. And but he surprised me a lot with his wicket-taking ability. And add to that, he could add another dimension to his game with his batting. There have been a few who have stood up and have put their hands up to be counted. But to me, if I had a choice and if there was a player of the series or the player of the tournament, I would have no hesitation in picking Tharindu Ratnayake as my player of the tournament, who has created the most impact
You know, he's
for
taken
Sri Lanka.
he's taken 13 wickets.
It's not only the wickets, it's the time that he got wickets. Because poor bowling. That's poor bowling. Gavin Hoy knows it. Friendly full toss, hit away for 6.
Yeah, it's when he's taken the wicket, whose wickets he's taken, and also he's bowled with the both arms. He's got 9 left-hander out and 4 right-hander out, and every time he's bowled at the right and the left hand, he's bowled with the right arm and the left hand.
It's not more than whom he gets out, at what point does he get batters out, and at what point does he bowl. He bowls in middle overs. Middle overs are the most crucial. If you want to win games, you need wickets, and you need a wicket-taking bowler in the middle overs. And that's what Tharindu Ratnayake has done with good support from Dushan Hemanta in the middle overs.
And not to leave the Afghanistan fans disappointed, let's also ask you about who in the Afghanistan players has impressed you before this over ends.
Well, I was very impressed with Siddiqullah Atal. He looked very good. Darvish Rasuli, I don't need to say it because its runs just confirms his quality. He's the top scorer, 194 for 5 with 264 runs in the tournament. So those two names will always be remembered and always be picked.
I'll just say and then go. Well, thank you for telling us who's actually caught your eyes, and I must say it's been absolutely an honor to join the Combox with you and Devinder Kumar and Shoaib Ahmed. We know that you have a flight to catch right after this match finishes, so may I take this opportunity to thank you and wish you a very safe travel back home. I know you've got a few engagements back home. Wish you all the best with that, and hope that these opportunities will come again and again, that we'll have the honor to share the mic with you.
Well, I think my feelings are mutual. Fidai, you're flying tomorrow, so it's Devinder Kumar. All good things must come to an end. Shoaib, of course, lives here, so this was a very memorable and enjoyable spell of commentary and enjoyable tournament that we witnessed. And we wish you also all the best and journey's mercy. And yes, as far as I'm concerned, I enjoyed every bit. And we look forward to more and more opportunities of working together. And the icing, or the cherry on the cake, will be with Sri Lanka managing to pull off and remaining unbeaten. I can go back with those memories and fond memories.
Well, this has been outstanding campaign for Sri Lanka. All the key players who have been hovering around that spot in the national side across formats doing fine job. Milan was outstanding with ball in hand, 73 of 79, can hit a 6 and finish this contest. Mid off, mid on, up in the circle. Gets a short ball, pulls to mid on for no run. That's a one hit away, Sri Lanka A, to win the Explore Afghanistan Tri-Nation Series. Great character shown, great consistency, great discipline. they've been the team to watch out for. A lot to learn for both sides, Ireland and Afghanistan, forcing it to play defensively. I think the moment when Jordan and Foster in particular, when he dropped it short, was hit for runs. 17 runs from the first over that changed the course of the action, where Milan was so severe with that counter-attacking punch. More fielders inside the 30-yard ring now. Pulled away in front of square on the onside. Long distance to cover. He will give it up. It's gone for 4.
Effort, Jordan! Effort, Jordan!
It's gone for 4. Now Sri Lanka need another 2 runs. This has been a tremendous resilience shown by Sri Lankan pair, Milan and Pavan.
Absolutely fantastic, both in the 70s. And Pawan Ratnayaka going at a runner ball, and Milan Ratnayaka has slowed down a little bit. But it doesn't matter, because Sri Lanka has gone at a wonderful rate, and they're just a strike away. Just 2 runs to win, and win this Explore Afghanistan Tri-Nation Series, which is powered by Super Cola. And well, I can tell you that was that previous shot fit went all the way for 4, and now we're down to just 2 runs. Sri Lanka would have had their anxious moments with 5 wickets down for little over 40, but what a partnership. What a counter-attack. There's some attention from the medical staff for one of the Ireland fielders. I hope he's all right, but Devinder, just looking back, I can tell you that Ireland would have learnt a lot from this series. They'll be very thankful, and they will be stronger as they leave, because they would have gained plenty of experience, a lot of knowledge, and also understood different conditions, different situations. So that's the whole idea of tournaments like this. Afghan Abdilians, unfortunately not in the final. Sri Lanka on the verge of winning it.
Shot and pulled away straight to the fielder. So that marks the end of the over. 34 overs gone. Sri Lanka on the verge of victory. Pavan on strike, 73 of 73. Pacing his innings perfectly, at a perfect pace. His services were required to stitch together that partnership with Milan. They understood each other quite well. The running between the wicket, the shot selection, outstanding. Slip in position. Jordan to Pavan. He's pushing the ball into the offside.
Well, they're just 2 runs away, and Jordan Neal holding 35th over, and just look at the way Sri Lanka have scored those runs. They got 95 balls, which is more than 15 overs. 15 overs and 5 balls. That's a lot of time, and that also tells you the domination of Sri Lanka in this 18 tournament. It's been an outstanding run for them, outstanding journey. And also, if you look at the Sri Lankan side, they haven't come with a side with a lot of experienced players. There are players who have played at national level, but the rest, or most of them, are budding cricketers, are emerging cricketers, looking to push the senior players. So in that sense, we speak of the depth that this team carries.
The supply chain. Drives it gloriously. It's an outstanding stroke to finish the contest. Sri Lanka emerged victorious. They win the Explore Afghanistan Tri-Nation Series trophy handsomely. What a tremendous turnaround in topsy-turvy game. Milan was magnificent and so was Pavan. Sri Lanka win by 5 wickets.
Wonderful effort. Handshakes, celebrations, everyone all round, and why not? It may be an A-team series, but still, it's a championship, and it's a dominating performance by Sri Lanka, who remain unbeaten in right throughout the tournament. And every win that they have registered have been dominating and good ones, nothing close. This could have gone all the way, but again, I think the sheer brilliance, the experience and the depth that Sri Lanka carried, getting them over the line. As far as Ireland is concerned, I think well done to them. They fought hard. They were a very good side that ran Sri Lanka close. It was just a bit, it was so close, but just a bit too far for them in the end.
This partnership for the 6th wicket will be remembered for forever. Milan and Pavan. From that position, 43 for 5 to eking out a victory. A dominating partnership from that over of Matthew Foster. He was hit for 17 runs, and since then, they exercised control, complete control throughout this partnership between Pavan and Milan. A magnificent Sri Lankan victory, winning by 5 wickets.
So the usual handshakes, the congratulatory messages to each other. And this is a very nice gesture that has been developed with both teams meeting each other. And not just the teams, but also the coaches, the support staff, they're all on the ground. And this concludes a highly successful A-team series for Sri Lanka. A few players making a name for themselves, and Pavan Ratnayaka is certainly one of them.
Who would have thought when they were decimated by the Sri Lankan fast bowlers Tom Mays and McCarthy, they lost 5 wickets. The top order faltered for Sri Lanka, but not the lower middle order today. Just like the first game when they recovered after losing 5 early wickets, Sri Lanka have done the same thing in the last match of the series, the final. And a lot of positives. The spin bowlers were magnificent, so were the batters. The top order batters, the middle order batters, Sri Lanka testing all the options available. And they all stepped up. And that's what you want in these developmental series. Sri Lanka
This is the Sri Lankan innings highlights, and they started off well. Some really good shots, some lovely drives from Kamil Mishara and Lahiru Udara. But then things started to happen.
A good exhibition of seam bowling from McCarthy and Tom H getting 5 wickets for 43. In between, few strokes were played. They kept losing wickets. Fernando came and played a couple of lovely strokes. Then he was dismissed as well. So losing 5 wickets, decimation, complete decimation from Irish bowlers, and after the 10th over mark, they started to build a partnership, and then they struggled to find any wickets. There were few opportunities in between. Some good seam bowling on a supporting pitch.
Ireland were right on the money in terms of bowling, and they were on fire. 5 wickets, no place to go. Lahiru Udara dragging it on. Liam McCarthy was on fire, but then Sri Lanka started counter-punching. This was the over. And really went up. Matthew Foster went for 18 runs in that over. And Sri Lanka never really looked back since. They needed that. And then Pawan Ratnayaka did bide his time and started playing some delightful shots.
Great commitment, patience, stroke selection, running between the wicket, understanding about the situation, and spotting the opportunities to play shots. A tremendous partnership, a memorable partnership for Sri Lankan cricket. 2 players with some lovely hits. They did not try to hit it hard. They were very good at exploring the gaps through the covers, straight down the ground. A few opportunities created by the leg spinner.
There were certainly opportunities, no doubt. But luck favours the brave, as they call it. Both Sri Lankan batters were going after the bowling. Anything short, back-to-back boundaries. And Pawan Ratnayaka was very, very good. It was a merciless assault by this pair of batters. They gave very little away. But of course, there have been the odd ball that went past the outside edge. And runs started to flow rather too easily for the comfort of Ireland.
The opportunity was given to perform after doing so well in domestic cricket, and both the players stepping up, becoming heroes for Sri Lankans as they gathered runs at good pace. Short deliveries were taken care of, and the leg spinner providing the friendly full toss. Gavin bowled well throughout the tournament, not quite finding the line and length today. And those were the winning runs. That was the effort from the fielder on the boundary, not enough, and that was a glorious stroke to provide glory to Sri Lankan cricket and Sri Lankan fans back home. Sri Lanka dominating.
Here we come to the end of this Explore Afghanistan Tri-Nation Series 2025, powered by Super Cola. at the post-match and the post-final, post-series ceremony. And this has been a wonderful dry series, a great opportunity for the A teams to showcase their skills. Shout out to the Afghanistan Cricket Board for organizing this beautifully. We are here to discuss a few points with the captains from Island Wolves and the winning captain Sadira Samaravikrama, and give you the context. Island Wolves were put to bat first on a tricky surface. They were reduced to 110 for 7, and then Tom Mays alongside Tom Morgan, 74-run partnership, bringing the total to 200 only inside 48.3 overs. Once again, not able to play all their 50 overs. Then when they came to bowl, you would think that there is a strong hope that Island Wolves would possibly win it. At 43 for 5 is what they reduced Sri Lanka A2. But then that partnership of 160 run shows the character and the caliber of the Sri Lankan cricket. 77 to both Milan Ratnaike and Pawan Ratnaike, sealing this victory and winning the final. Well, before I introduce to you the player of the match and talk about the performances, let's first thank our generous sponsors. I'd like to thank Super Cola, Sportwatt, Abu Dhabi Cricket and Sports Hub, and Vanny for their valuable contributions. I also have distinguished guests with me who will give away the player of the match and the match-winning trophy, the series-winning trophy. I have Ahmed Abid Sadat, Senior Graphic Designer, Afghanistan Cricket Board, and who will be handing over the winning trophy to the winning captain, Sadira Samaravikrama, is Matthew Boucher, CEO, Abu Dhabi Cricket and Sports Hub. Well, there were some brilliant performances today. We saw ambidextrous bowler who bowled with the right arm and left arm. Looking at who the batter is, he got 9 left-hand batters out and 4 right-hand batters out with the right and the left arm spin that he bowled. It was also when he got the wickets. When you overall look at his performance, he's the top of the chart as for the best bowling figures are concerned. He's got 13 wickets and he's got 3-4 wickets haul. Also to go with the other top of the chart is Darvesh Rasuli from Afghan Abdalian. Unfortunately not playing the final. 264 runs for him, the top scorer among the batters in a situation where he didn't have anyone else supporting him, and is the reason why Afghan Abdalian falling short of the final. But the player of the match is someone who took the game from 43 for 5 to 203 for 5, put together 160 run partnership, started the momentum shift from 1 over of 18 runs from Matthew Foster is Milan Ratnaike, who scored 77 runs and hit 9 boundaries, 2 sixes, and won the match, the final for its team. Could we have a few words? Why don't you first take your player of the match trophy? Well played, congratulations. And he was equally good with the ball. He's very miserly, doesn't give away runs. He's given away only 24 runs and took 3 wickets, especially the 2 top order openers of Island Wolves. How does it feel to have a match-winning performance, player of the match performance on such a big game, the final?
Yeah, I'm very happy because it's my dream inning. That's what I thought past few months. So today it came true. So I'm really happy.
Well, it certainly has come true, but also for the Sri Lanka cricket, searching for such a player who can bat with a lot of confidence and the temperament, and also with the ball very miserly, wicket to wicket and taking wickets.
Yeah, so I didn't think anything in the middle. So I just wanted to do my basics things, and I have been working really well past few months and performed well in the domestic levels as well. So I think it came true.
But then again, at 43 for 5, when you came down to bat, what was the discussion with Pawan Ratnaike?
No, we discussed only singles and working singles. No anything, no nothing. Yes, that's it from my side. And he talked to me to bat some balls. So let's have some runs in the middle overs. So just wanted to play some balls in the first few circle. So.
Well, you played brilliantly well. Congratulations for the player of the match performance. Thank you for talking to us. Brilliant performance from Milan Ratnaike, player of the match on the grand final at this tri-series. Now may I call upon the Irish skipper, Gavin Howe, to please come and talk to us, please. Gavin, overall brilliant performance. You came back when your back was behind, like against the wall, and you still managed to qualify to the final. A tough day. You've been wicketless. Is that where the game has changed for you today?
No, I don't think we got enough runs in the first innings. I think we were probably maybe 50 short to make it competitive. I think we did very well to get 200 runs in the end, but we collapsed in that middle period, which has happened to us again.
Yeah, well, that's been one of the concerns, not playing all the 50 overs. But then again, you were reduced to 110 for 7, thanks to the 74-run partnership of Tom Mays and Morgan giving you that 200. But 43 for 5, didn't you think that you just let the game slip off your hands?
I think we bowled very well up top. Limo and Maisie were excellent, and I think we did very well to have them 40 for 5. And then I think we might have gone away slightly from our plans that were working, but there was also a bit of good batting in there, so all credit to Sri Lanka.
What would be the learnings going out of this Tri-Nation series? Of course, it'll be very satisfying to qualify to the final, leaving Afghanistan behind.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of belief in our guys. We haven't played a lot of cricket as a group, so I think it's going to be a lot of belief that we're up for this level and we're able to get into these finals. But there's also a lot of learning to be done.
Where you've showcased strong leadership skills. You've also shown us how beautifully you could bowl during the middle overs. You would be looking at making sure that you have the wicket takers in the middle phase.
Yeah, like I'm trying to do my best. Everybody on the team is trying their best, and that's all we can ask.
Yeah, well played. Tough luck. Again, congratulations for being the runners-up.
Thank you.
At least leaving Afghanistan behind. And that was Gavin Howe, the skipper of the Island Wolves. And now may I call upon the winning captain, Sadira Samara Vikram. And before he takes the winning trophy of this Tri-Nation series, we'll have a few words and then I'll let you take the trophy. Sadira, brilliant performance, rested yourself, came back to the big final. How important was the toss?
I think the crucial part is the toss in the first few minutes. It was very tension, so I think it got a good toss to win. So I think credit goes to our bowlers, started really well and give the momentum by the fast bowlers, took early wickets. So I think that's a good start.
And how good was seeing Tarindu giving you the wickets in the middle phase, 13 wickets to him. Every time you threw the ball at him, he was like, right, I got you wickets. How does it feel to have a player like Tarindu Ratnaike with you?
He's been really consistent throughout the series and he took the crucial wickets every time. So when the pressure is on, I gave the ball to him always. So I back him and he did really well.
And then also how satisfying it is to have the middle order batters. Sahana Rachige stepping up in the first match, and then today Pawan and Milan doing the job. How satisfying is that for you looking at the Sri Lankan cricket moving forward?
I think the main part is the 5 man of the matches. So I think everyone put up their hand up in their day. So I think I'm really happy about my team and they did really good job.
I think you've shown how the one-day format needs to be played. What would be one lesson that you'd like to share with the others, the viewers in particular, watching you guys play? How do you construct the innings? How do you make sure that you bring your team home? What's the key?
I think the main thing is in this stage, I think the players have to back themselves and do the basic things right. So you don't have to do plenty of things in middles. You just have to back yourself and do the basic things right. You can success in this stage. So I think I'm really happy about my teammates. So it's a team unity. So I think really happy about my guys.
I think it's easier said than done. They always say do the basics right and keep it simple. But you guys have showcased it here that, yeah, if you keep it simple and do the things right, you will end up being the winners of the Tri-Nation series. May I now ask you to go and collect your winner trophy from Matthew Boucher, CEO of Abu Dhabi Cricket and Sports Hub. Many congratulations. This has been a brilliant performance of the one-day format from the Sri Lanka A. They have shown us how you can come out of the tough times. Even at 5 down for 43, you still can come out winning the final. This has been a brilliant moment. Why don't you go and join your team and celebrate this moment? And as far we are concerned, Once again, shout out to Afghanistan Cricket Board for putting together such a wonderful tri-series, allowing the opportunity for the likes of Ireland Wolves, Afghan Abdalian and Sri Lanka A to come and showcase their skills. We've seen some brilliant talent and we look forward to more and more in the coming times. That is it from the post-match presentation, and you all, shout out to you for tuning in and supporting us throughout this Tri-Nation series. It is goodbye from here.
Explore the unseen Afghanistan.
Feel the energy.
Experience the hospitality.
Discover the beauty.
Witness the passion.
Be the part of something bigger.
Explore the unseen Afghanistan.
Feel the energy.
Experience the hospitality.
Discover the beauty.
Witness the passion.
Be the part of something bigger.
Explore the unseen Afghanistan.
Feel the energy.
Experience the hospitality.
Discover the beauty.
Witness the passion.
Be the part of something bigger.